Mort on the 21st of November 2023. My name is Chloe Smith. I'm the Deputy Mayor. I'll be chairing tonight's meeting, and as outlined in the Code of Meeting Practice, I will be referred to as Chair or Chairperson during the meeting. But if anyone does slip up and call me Mayor, I'll let that slide through to the keeper. That's fine. Not Mr. Mayor, though. I remind councillors of the oath or affirmation we all made at the beginning of this council term and to our meeting obligations and the requirements to run our meetings in accordance with the principles outlined in our Code of Meeting Practice. And I would ask that you please be mindful of these principles as we progress through the agenda tonight. I acknowledge the Gadigal Wangal people of the Eora Nation on whose country we are meeting tonight and their elders past, present and future. Councillors, we have an apology tonight for Mayor Councillor Byrne. Are there any other apologies or requests for remote attendance tonight?
There are requests for remote attendance for Councillor Langford and Councillor Shetty. I move that way.
Moved by Councillor Atkins, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Notice of webcasting. In the spirit of open, accessible and transparent government, the council meetings of Inner West Council will be streamed live on council's website. The camera will be focused on the front of the chamber and will not be focused on the speakers or those in the public gallery. By speaking at a council meeting, members of the public agree to being recorded and must ensure their speech to the council is respectful and uses appropriate language. Anyone who uses defamatory, discriminatory or offensive language may be exposed to liability for which council takes no responsibility. Any part of the meeting that is held in closed session tonight will not be streamed but will be recorded for the purpose of verifying the accuracy of the minutes. Councillors, does any councillors present tonight have declarations or disclosures of interest for any matters listed in the business papers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 11, the Local Traffic Committee meeting held on the 16th of October 2023, as I work in the Ministerial Office of the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as the member for Summerhill has a representative on the Traffic Committee. I will remain in the chamber for discussion and voting as the vote of the member is exercised through a representative.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Do we have any other declarations, councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. Yes, I would also like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in the Traffic Committee. I am the member for Balmain and have a representative on that Traffic Committee, but I will remain and vote on that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shetty. Councillor Stevens.
Chair, out of abundance of caution, I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in relation to item 31 concerning the recognition of Dulwich Hill women's cycling pioneer Margaret McLachlan, as I'm a member of the Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, and I will remain in the chamber during discussion and voting for that item.
Thank you, and I'll just check that Councillor Stevens' disclosure has been provided. Thank you. Any further disclosures, councillors? If no, can I please get a mover for those declarations? Moved Councillor Scott, seconded Councillor D'Arienzo. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. I will now ask everyone to join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, is there a mover and seconder for adoption of the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of October? Moved Councillor Scott, seconded Councillor De Cruz. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Councillors, we now come to the public forum, and I'm just going to run through the items that we have registered speakers for, and if there's anyone in the gallery who doesn't hear me read out an item that they believe they've registered to speak to, can you please make yourself known, and we'll try our best to sort that out. So we have registered speakers for item 7, updated site-specific development control plan for Haberfield. Item 11, local traffic committee meeting, 16 October 2023. Item 20, notice of motion, Mort Bay swimming site. Item 22, notice of motion supporting peace in Gaza and Palestine. Item 25, notice of motion demerger. Item 27, notice of motion improved access and use of Centenary Park, Croydon. And item 31, notice of motion recognition of Dulwich Hill women's cycling pioneer Margaret McLachlan. Is there anyone who believes they've registered to speak to an item that I didn't just read out? If not, I'm just going to note that we have 11 speakers registered to speak for item 22, notice of motion supporting peace in Gaza and Palestine. Under Council's Code of Meeting Practice, we have a limit of 3 speakers for or against each item of business on the agenda. So what I'm going to propose, I know we've got 2 speakers for who are online and the rest are in person. I might suggest that perhaps those of you who are here in person who've registered to speak for that item might want to converge outside the council chamber and work out amongst yourselves 1 or maybe maximum 2 of you who are willing to speak to that, because we're not going to get time for all 11 of you.
Chair, I would like to put a procedural motion that we extend the limitation on speakers to 5 in the room and the 2 online. And I believe this is in line with 4.10 of the Code of Meeting Practice in order to express a full range of views on this very important issue.
With respect, Councillor Griffiths, I'm not going to accept that because I think that 3 are probably more than enough to represent the views on
I'm putting
this
that as a
particular item.
procedural motion, so I'm putting that.
Is anyone seconding Councillor Griffiths' procedural motion? Seconded Councillor De Cruz. All in favour? Against? Declare that lost. So I will propose that those of you who are registered to speak for that item converge outside the council chamber and nominate 2 of you to speak to that item in person. I would ask that the 2 of you who are registered to speak to that item who are online, if one of you is willing to pull out and let the other person speak, that would be fair. If not, we'll have the 2 who are online and then 1 in person.
Excuse me, Chair, that was a vote of 7-all, wasn't it?
Casting vote. Chair has the casting vote.
Speak to the motion?
Yeah. So that was a vote of 7-all. So what's our procedure there in determining that vote? Thank you.
As I said, Councillor Stamoulis, Chair has the casting vote. So can I ask that those of you who are here in person to speak to item 22 either converge outside to nominate 1 or 2 of you who are willing to speak to that item. If you're not able to sort that out amongst yourselves, what I'm going to do is just go in order of who registered first, which will be the top 3 people who registered, which happens to include the 2 people who are online. So that's how we're going to go. Under Council's Code of Meeting Practice, registered speakers are entitled to 3 minutes to speak. Council is not in the practice of extending time for public speakers or councillors, as we want to ensure that we are able to provide all speakers with the ability to be heard and also get through the meeting agenda. So I know that everyone is here to speak to an item of importance, but if you're the last person on the list of registered speakers, you'll probably wish that everyone before you kept to time. So please do try your best. At 2.5 minutes, you will hear a warning bell, which sounds like this, to let you know that you should start to wrap up and conclude the substance of your speech. And then another bell will ring at 3 minutes, which will signify that you've run out of time. So with that, I'm going to go to the first item we have registered speakers for, which is item 7, updated site-specific development control plan for Haberfield, and that is Catherine Dwyer of Haberfield. Catherine, are you in the room? Who are you, sorry? Susan Jackson Stopowski. That's fine, Susan. You can speak first. That's fine. Susan, sorry, I'll just ask you to pause while we turn your microphone on. Thank you, Susan. Please proceed.
Susan Jackson, 11 Forest Street, Haberfield. I've lived in Haberfield since 1983 and work in regional Australia in the heritage and urban design field, and the author of several documents about Haberfield. I'm also speaking with colleagues and the Haberfield Association. I bring to your attention the draft before you has logical and factual errors and omissions. The DCP must be able to assist staff, residents and applicants, and also limit the number of avenues in which cases may go to court. The Haberfield Association urged the DCP when the rezoning went through. For some reason, when the amalgamated DCP came up, that section disappeared. And then 3 years ago, when work started again, we again urged Council to put in a site-specific development control plan. But the site-specific development control plan for 140A has triggered a revamp of the entire Haberfield DCP and 2 extra subsections added into it. Some things have been removed and some things have been added. The one thing I bring your attention to, that in 2021, the Council itself called for a flood report, and that is not in this draft DCP at all. It is an indication that there's been no site visits. There's nothing about the perimeter drain. There's nothing about the raised ground levels throughout the site. There's uncomposed fill, and the trees have been planted right across, right close to the boundary and contrary to the perimeter drain. I bring to your attention that the revamped DCP has been organised as introduction, information, objectives, controls. Information, chimneys, why chimneys are important, objectives, controls. But when you get to 140A, there is nothing about, it talks about the 1 in 100 year flood, but there's no objective and no control. It talks about a control for driveways, but there's nothing in the blurb and nothing in the objectives. So I say that it needs to be revised quite considerably. Thank you. My next speaker will be Catherine.
Thank you, Susan. So Catherine Dwyer of Haberfield is speaking next, speaking against this item. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Dwyer. I've called 136 Hawthorn Parade, Haberfield, my home since 2013. So I'm 2 doors down from the laneway, the only access point to the site, and I also back onto the site. So a couple of years ago, the council held a meeting that was meant to provide information about the site and alleviate community concerns about the site. One of the issues that was raised back then 2 years ago was the fact that all around the perimeter of the site is a large guttering and drainage facility, and it does get very overgrown and flooded, and it is a risk to all the properties surrounding the site. Now, questions were asked of Council and Defence at that meeting as to who is going to be responsible when these lots are sold. Each individual owner will have this drain that other residents rely upon on their properties. Who's going to be responsible for maintaining these drains, for keeping them clear of debris, ensuring that they don't get clogged, ensuring they don't get damaged? And so it was stated at that time that there will be a positive covenant registered on all titles to each of the lots, and each registered proprietor will be responsible for maintaining the drain, keeping it clear, etc. And I understand that the subdivision certificate application has been lodged together with a Section 88B instrument that details this covenant. I'm not sure where this is up to in terms of the assessment. But I believe that this should be added to the list of controls in the site-specific DCP provisions, because having a covenant on title is something that an owner may look at when they purchase a property, but when they go to build on that property, they may not be aware of the requirement to maintain and keep the drainage free of debris, not build over it, etc. So that should really be in the DCP to protect the surrounding owners' interests and properties from flooding. The other requirements are contamination. So there have been a number of contamination reports. There was a contamination hotspot over the other side of my fence, right near the drain. I'm still not sure what, because some aspects of the reports are redacted, I'm still not sure of the status, but people who are building should look into that before they build and get a report.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you very much.
Our final speaker on item 7 is Brett Burton, also of Haberfield. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you. My name is Brett Burton. Since 2003, my family and I have lived across the road from the Army land at 88 O'Connor Street. I'd like to thank the Chair for allowing Susan, Catherine and I the opportunity to speak tonight. We're recommending please defer this draft document. It is incomplete. Please complete it to the satisfaction of those people affected by this site, and then enable it to be exhibited. So defer, complete, and then exhibit. There's no clear assessment and understanding of the site issues, particularly 140A Hawthorn Parade. Does not recognise the compounding impact of flooding, contamination, built form, public safety and traffic. We're recommending that there are site-specific measurable goals in this draft DCP. We also recommend that the Inner West Council defer on releasing the draft document until the contamination reports of this site are unredacted. That is the contamination report of this site, completely redacted by Defence. If the land must be sold, we need the proper controls in place to manage this development. This draft is incomplete and not ready for public comment. If this were a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, the edges would not be completed. We can't see all the pieces that we need, and we don't even have a photo of the completed work. I'd like our councillors and council officers to contemplate the future of the site beyond this draft. The Haberfield community is not opposed to selling the land for housing, not because we don't want more neighbours, but this land is unsuitable for housing. When you conjoin the factors of flooding, access, heritage and contamination uncertainty, there is only one logical solution. This land is unsuitable for housing. In closing, Defence have resisted all efforts to reveal the contamination status of this land. After multiple Freedom of Information requests, all we have are these redacted pages. But there is one sentence that was not redacted. Recommend not eating anything grown on this land. I thank the councillors and the Chair for their time this evening. I have a verbatim of what we've just discussed, and I also have a memory stick which has over 2,000 pages of FOI and council information on it. So, Chair, with your permission, I would like to present these to you for distribution.
Just to clarify, Mr. Burton, are you wanting to distribute them to the council?
Yes, please. It's just a verbatim of what I've just said.
Sure.
Sure, thank you.
Beaujane over here will assist you.
And I resisted printing out 2,500 pages of documents.
The Forests will thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burton. Have you concluded your remarks?
Yes,
Thank you. We next have speakers for item 11, Local Traffic Committee meeting. The first speaker we have registered is Jennifer Haywood from Balmain, who's speaking against, and I understand you're here in person, Jennifer.
Yes, hi. Hi, councillors. Thank you for having me. In front of you should be some slides. It might be easier if you can just read along with me. So my family bought our home with 2 registered off-street parking spaces. However, we can't use our driveway because it's constantly obstructed by parked vehicles. This happens daily. I did speak to the prior owners of 6 Evans Street, and they said they were able to use the parking, and they used it regularly until the current island curb was installed. I don't know how long ago that was, but it's actually pushed the 2 cars further down, which means the driveway is constantly encroached. If you turn to the second page, I've got photos here. These were just taken in the last few months. So my husband has sent in hundreds of photos to council, which you would have on file, which shows that our vehicles being obstructed. We have recently applied white lines, but that doesn't resolve the issue. On the next page, I believe there's insufficient space to accommodate 2 cars, and that's between the island curb and our driveway. So in July this year, the council's traffic team shaved off half a metre, which meant it went from 9.5 to 10 metres, but 10 metres only accommodates 2 small cars. So it's not like a car park. When a car park, you actually have it registered where it says small cars. So I think there's confusion, and that's why we end up with a lot of cars parking over our driveway. On the next page, we have a DA which was approved by council in 21, and that's to knock down the current roller door to make it more accessible. Construction's been delayed because of COVID and my personal health reasons, but we're looking to carry this out early next year. Our current driveway doesn't meet the Inner West Council's minimum driveway standard specifications, so the expansion joint and gutter expansion wings both need to be increased by a minimum of 1 metre to improve access. On the next page, we had a swept path analysis performed. So following the completion of the works to our driveway, the traffic engineering firm Grace Consulting has confirmed we won't be able to access our driveway without colliding with a parked car. So that's obviously not going to help us. On the next slide, this references the non-compliance of the New South Wales statutory road rule. So I attended the local traffic committee on the 16th of October to raise concerns that the Inner West Council doesn't meet the statutory 10 metre no stopping in an unsignalised intersection rule. A commission report from Grace Consulting confirmed that the measurement was out by 1.6 metres, and we've just had a survey done which has confirmed that's actually out by 1.4 metres. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. The next page just shows where it was marked on the 16th of October. The following page is the survey which you've got attached. The next page references adverse site geometry because this is actually a skewed T intersection where there's actually more risk. And just I'll get to the large page for the request to councillors. So a decision by council to approve 3 car spaces as opposed to 2 will lead people to park across our driveway, impeding its use while restricting the access of emergency services to the surrounding area. Can I please ask the council to reinstate our parking, ensure there's no daily obstruction to access, and enabling the use of our driveway, which will take vehicles off the road. And due to the poor visibility of the corner, this isn't a suitable location for driveway obstruction, as this increases the risk of accidents upon entry and exit. So can I also ask that this goes back to the local traffic committee to ensure that it abides by the statutory road rule of 10 metres?
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Our next speaker is Catherine Davis of Lewisham, who's speaking against and is also here. Thank you, Catherine.
Good evening. 95 Old Canterbury Road, almost 25 years resident. According to the latest version of the plan, there is provision for 2 pedestrian crossings in the affected area, yet there is no rationale given for 2 sites to be created. Site 1 across the reshaped entrance to Little Old Canterbury Road. Curb ramps are clearly marked on both sides of the road. Site 2 across Little Old Canterbury Road opposite number 95. Crossing 2. It is our view that if crossing 1 is created as per the plan, this will simply facilitate and even encourage pedestrians to continue to cross the entrance to Little Old Canterbury Road at that point, as they do currently multiple times per day. Along with the representative for Transport New South Wales, as noted in the minutes of 16th of the 10th, we believe that this practice is highly risky since it exposes pedestrians to the danger of being hit by vehicles coming from a number of directions from either Old Canterbury Road or Little Old Canterbury Road. If pedestrian safety is the most important concern, we suggest that the possibility of crossing the road at that point should be completely removed. For instance, by not installing curb ramps, by making access to the curb at those points on either side of crossing one impossible, or at least extremely difficult, for instance, by installing low concrete barriers and by installing a sign directing pedestrians to crossing 2. Should these steps or something similar not be taken, meaning that crossing 1 continues to be accessible by pedestrians, we submit that there is no point whatsoever in constructing crossing 2 mere metres away, since it simply won't be used. It will be, in fact, a kind of horrifically expensive white elephant. No one crosses at that point. Our views on this are based on over 24 years of observing pedestrian and vehicular behaviour in the affected area. It is our view and suggestion that access to crossing 1 should be effectively removed on safety grounds, but that if this is not done, there is no point whatsoever constructing crossing 2, and therefore that there should be no new crossing at that point. Should the decision be made to adopt crossing 1, I urge Council to reconsider adding a small traffic island, thereby alleviating aforementioned concerns regarding pedestrian safety. The total aperture of the new opening will be over 11 metres, so such a width does not preclude an island based on observations of many such islands in the vicinity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Our final speaker for this item is Robert Anthony Bennett of Balmain. Are you here, Robert? Thank you.
Hi there. I won't repeat my name, as you just said it in full. I live at 2 Evans Street, been there for 10 years. I support the recommendation on item 11. I'm a near neighbour to Jennifer, who you just heard speak. I wanted to first recognise the good work of council, because I found their officers to be very effective and professional to date, coming out to site, etc. I also want to acknowledge that there is no individual entitlement to any individual to have a car parking space outside their house. They're public roads for all to use, and I think that's my point. Why I support what's happening here is our little part of Evans Street gets to be regularised to be exactly the same parking scheme as everywhere else and all our neighbours. What it actually does is it regularises 3 spaces and a driveway now to be 3 spaces and a driveway into the future. I think that that's an equitable and a reasonable outcome. It retains what exists, and it helps to share spaces with residents, neighbours and local businesses. I think it, as I say, it brings us into line with the rest of Evans Street, and I think that's a good thing for all. So we can continue to share. What I would ask, though, is that council do apply some flexibility in the approach of the RTA guidelines for my near neighbour. They are RTA guidelines, they're not jurisdictional law or fact. And I'd ask that they do that in looking at my neighbour's driveway so that they can see whether or not there can be a relaxation for her and her white lines. There is a potential, I think, for one of them to be moved southwards, at least by a metre, and still fit in the car to the south. But I'd ask that you don't remove any of the spaces to the north, as one of them sits outside our neighbour, who sadly is no longer at home, is 94-year-old Shirl, but it would be good if her family could retain their space. But please, if we take the wider view, if we can apply some flexibility, I would like this to be supported and put in place. Thank you. That was it. I'm done.
Thank you, Robert. Our next item is item 20, Mort Bay Swimming Site. We have one registered speaker, who is Rory Steinley-Davies of Birchgrove. Thank you, Rory.
Good evening, everybody. Councillors. Councillors, you're here tonight for a very important role, and that's to vote yes to water testing of Mort Bay for the safety of the whole community. I'm here tonight with an ulterior motive. I have a 2-year-old daughter, and we love to swim. As per the Sydney Morning Herald article in the weekend, I was brought up in Balmain. I've been a swimming coach for 10 years. When I was a kid, I had to do nippers or surf lifesaving at Bronte Beach. This is the closest beach to Balmain, one of the smallest and one of the most dangerous beaches in Sydney. Swimming at the beach, in salt water, in fresh water, in the lakes, in harbour, is important for everybody, kids, adults alike. the skills of identifying rips, identifying shallow water, deep water, swimming with blue bottles, jellyfish, normal fish, cold water, dark water, seaweed. You only get this in the harbour and the sea. No offence, you certainly can't get it at Ashfield Aquatic Centre or Leichhardt Aquatic Centre, Homebush, Lane Cove, etc. A couple of weeks ago, I saw the mayor at the Balmain Regatta. He himself, who was brought up in Balmain, used to swim in the Mort Bay area. That day, at the Balmain Regatta, at the Balmain Sailing Club, I actually saw a seal in the water behind the boats. The harbour is getting cleaner. It is certainly getting cleaner. The wildlife, everything is there. Now it's time to get angry. Okay, this is the revised management plan of 2004. These are sketches the council paid for to make Mort Bay swimming done. 2004 was 2 decades ago. We've gone through COVID without swimming facilities or being able to swim in the harbour. All right, a child has jumped off the East Balmain crane and died. Kids continue to jump off the ferry wharf at Thames Street and the surrounding. It should be clear and obvious water testing needs to be done for the safety and the health of the entire community. I'm not talking about defence land. I'm not talking about war. This is just water testing, and it should have been done 2 decades ago. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Rory. We're now at item 22, which is the item we've got a significant amount of speakers for. Can I just ask Councillor Griffiths?
I would like to put another procedural motion to ensure that any Palestinian or Jewish people in the chamber tonight do not miss out on a chance to speak. So the procedural motion I would like to put is that any registered speakers who identify themselves as Palestinian or Jewish have the right to speak and be heard.
Bear with me while I seek advice on that, Councillor. Is there a seconder for Councillor Griffiths' motion? Councillor De Cruz. I'll put that to a vote. All in favour? All against? Bear that lost. So what I'm going to do is ask that the 2 speakers registered in favour of this motion online, which are Wael Sabri of Marrickville and Chaya Kasif of Marrickville, is one of you prepared to give up your speaking spot so that an extra person present here tonight can speak in person? Entirely up to you. But if not, we'll just do the first 3 registered speakers in order. So could Wael or Chaya please let me know? Can you hear me? Just going to make sure we can hear the speakers who are online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am Jewish and a member of the Inner West community, so I just want to, I would like to speak.
Sorry, what was your name?
Chaya.
What was your name, sorry?
Chaya.
Sorry, Chaya Kasif.
Yes.
So Chaya, you'd like to speak. Wael Sabri, are you online? Wael, could you please identify yourself if you're online?
Yes. Thank you.
Wael, would you also like to speak, or would you prefer to give up your spot so that another person in person tonight can speak?
I definitely would like to speak.
Okay. So in that case, what we'll do is we'll go through the first 3 registered speakers in the order that they have registered, which is Wael Sabri of Marrickville, Mina Bjork of Petersham, and Chaya Kasif of Marrickville. And then we have 1 registered speaker against, who is Anisha Gautam of Campsie. Is Anisha here? Anisha's here? Great. All right. So we'll do the first 3 registered speakers for. So that's you, Wael. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Councillor Dylan Griffiths for putting this motion forward for tonight's meeting. Thank you, Dylan. My name is Wael Sabri, and I love living in the Inner West for all what it offers. I love the people and the community I live with. And I'm also a Palestinian. Sorry. Yes, I am a Palestinian. With extended family living in Palestine. Palestine is also my home. I left Palestine with my parents, brothers, and sisters. When I was a little child. But I can't go back. I'm not allowed to go back. Palestine to me is the olive groves, the beauty of the hills, the joy of running freely as a child across the fields. Palestine is in my DNA. No matter what they do, no matter, they will never take that away from me. Of course we need a ceasefire. Of course we need to stop this madness, to stop this war once and for all. We do need to stop it now, and I mean now. Since the start of the war, the Israeli war machine has killed more than 5,500 kids. One Palestinian child killed every 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes. Think of that. Imagine that. By the time this meeting started, almost we have the Israeli war machine killed almost 10 Palestinian kids in Gaza. Yesterday, I watched a video clip by a journalist interviewing a Palestinian child in Gaza. He asked him, what would you like to be when you grow up? You know what he said? You know what he said? We don't grow up. We get shot down by the Israeli army. That was his answer. And incidentally, yesterday, the United Nations has the Day for Children. And the theme was, every child has a right. Go and speak to the Israelis. Go and speak to the Palestinian children in Gaza. They will say, we won't grow up. We'll get shut down. How many kids, Mr. Netanyahu, you would like to kill? More 5,000? 10,000? 20,000? Will that be enough for you to say yes for a ceasefire? Just ask this question. Answer this question. Yes, I want a ceasefire. Yes, I support a ceasefire. We all need to act now, and I mean now, particularly those with power, to influence this. I ask all of the councillors to support all the 4 elements of this motion. We all need to be on the right side of history, on the right of humanity. Right now, please do everything in your power to stop this madness and save the children of Gaza. And yes, for a just peace for Palestine. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Wael. Thank you very much. Our next registered speaker is Mina Bjork of Petersham, who I believe is here in person. Thank you, Mina.
Thank you. I've been given 3 minutes to talk about something that has kept me awake for a month, and no doubt has kept Palestinians awake for 7 decades since the first Nakba. We are in a historic period. It washed over the voice referendum and has made us all witness to genocide. This may not be the first, but it's the first we watch live. It means that if we do nothing, in 250 years from now, if we talk about a voice for Palestinians, it will be tokenism. As we now watch their voice being removed eternally. I'm a mother of 2 adorable children, and I hold their feet, little feet of mixed-race children who look so much like these children we see in videos and in photos from Gaza. They are so precious, and yet they are so tender. Maybe the mothers in Palestine are holding their feet and weeping over their short life, taken only due to aggression and international silence. I moved to the inner west because of its values, a sense of community where people cared deeply about big issues. Nuclear-free zone, refugees are welcome, racism not welcome, are some of the many global issues our representatives have taken a stance on, going against the pressures of political allegiance just to do the right thing. I ask, make me feel at home here, safe to feel that I and the community that I'm a part of are not silent in this time of horrific live-streamed murder of innocent lives. At Addie Road, every Friday we gather to feel a sense of community, of solidarity, to survive what feels like a time of reckoning which defines what we are as humans. How can we sit and watch this happen? There is only so much we can look away. Children are being amputated without anesthesia. Children, faces are being burnt from white phosphorus bombs. If we can turn away and let this all happen, what does that say about us in our shared humanity? I ask to each of the councillors, be brave, take a stance, and vote in support of the motion. Take this chance to condemn the massacre, the genocide, show courage and leadership and your constituents who want to be on the right side of history. And if you don't, at least go online and watch Al Jazeera and be honest to yourselves so you know what it is that you have actively chosen not to stop today. Because remember, it's happening in your and my name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nina. Our final speaker for this item is Chaya Kasif of Marrickville, who is online.
Can I check that you guys
Thank you,
can hear
Chaya.
me?
We can hear you, but you might need to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
That's much better.
My name is Chaya Kasif, and I am a Jewish member of the Inner West community. I am also the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. My father's parents fled as children to the newly formed state of Israel from Eastern Europe, my grandmother from Poland and my grandfather from Belarus. My father was born in Tel Aviv in 1959, and my entire father's side of the family are Israelis who have remained in Israel. I was born here in Sydney, too, on stolen land. It is because of my very personal experience of genocide and displacement, and as a descendant of Jewish refugees, as a descendant of Israeli settlers, and as a settler myself in the Australian colony, that I support this motion. Tens of thousands of Jews like me across the world condemn the actions of the State of Israel, condemn the Zionist project, and call for the recognition of Palestinian human rights. For 75 years, Palestinians have lived under siege. I've been to Israel myself many times throughout my life and have seen it with my own eyes. In Israel, every home has a bunker, every border is fortified, every citizen is a soldier. A militarized ethno-state itself, it is held up by one of the richest armies in the world. In Gaza, due to the illegal blockade imposed by Israel for the last 17 years, the vast majority do not have access to the basic necessities of life, such as clean water, a reliable source of food, electricity, medical care, education, employment, let alone freedom of movement. The UN predicted that by 2020 the Gaza Strip would become uninhabitable. 70% of those in Gaza are refugees expelled from their homes in 1948. Half of the total population are under the age of 14 years old. These are the people that Israel has bombed and dropped the equivalent of 2 atomic bombs on. The number of those killed by Israel in Gaza in the last 45 days is close to 13,000 to account for those lost beneath the rubble. Of that, 5,500 are children. This is collective punishment. This is genocide. Despite what anyone will tell you, this is not about anti-Semitism. This is about human rights. This is not a complex issue of Israel's right to exist or right to defend itself. This is about uplifting the humanity of the Palestinians and joining them in their struggle for freedom. This is about ending all systems of oppression as they all uphold each other. Their struggle is our struggle. Their liberation is our liberation. If you have ever wondered to yourself what you would do if you were in Nazi Germany, if you were in apartheid South Africa, if you were here in Australia at the height of the White Australia policy, well, the most well-documented genocide in history is unfolding before you. Support this motion. Ceasefire now. May Palestine be free. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaya, and apologies for the mispronunciation. Our sole registered speaker against this item is Anisha Gautam of Campsie. Thank you, Anisha.
My apologies, I'm a bit emotional today, so I'll do my best. Let me just be very clear from the start that, of course, I support ceasefire. What I'm here to do is to use this platform and to vote against this motion to raise my concerns that this motion does not go far enough to support, to show solidarity towards our Palestinian brothers and sisters. I would like to thank Councillor Griffiths for raising the motion, and what is being proposed is a step in the right direction, of course. But it has been very clear right from the beginning that Israel's claim is farcical and, well, it's a very malicious colonizing tactic to basically further their incursion into Palestinian territory. It is not and cannot be self-defense when a colonial government terrorizes, tortures and murders those whose land they have stolen. It is not and cannot be self-defense when a colonizing government murders over 10,000 non-combatant Palestinian civilians. It is not and cannot be self-defense when a colonizing government targets hospitals, ambulances and aid workers who are trying to help Palestinians. Angela Davis said Palestine is a litmus test for the world, and in this test our government has failed. The Albanese Labor government has failed, and it is shameful. What this means that in the face of this moral cowardice from our government, it's up to us as people and for councils like this to stand up and put forward to sort of pressure them into making better decisions. I currently do not live here, but I grew up right here in Ashfield. I went to Ashfield Public. I lived just down the road, and as the previous speaker said, I expect big things from this council as far as social justice and human rights goes. And I think that while I completely support this motion, it simply doesn't reflect the values of the people who live within this council. I would like to suggest, in addition to the 4 parts of the motion, that there are plenty of other things we could be doing, like flying the Palestinian flag, like the Canterbury-Bankstown Council has chosen to do, endorsing the Unions for Palestine fortnight, week of workplace action, which is going on right now, endorsing the Palestine Action Group protests, and just committing in a greater way to the BDS movement and making sure our workplaces, our government workplaces, are not supporting Israeli colonization. A genocide is happening right now and the ABC is refusing to use the word. This is absolutely disgusting and we need to stand up and do better. That's all I have. But yeah, I just urge the council to do a better job and to stand up for everyone here who believes that there is a very real social justice and human rights issue going on right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisha, and thank you everyone who registered for that item. We now move on to item 25, Notice of Motion Demerger, for which we have 2 registered speakers who are both online, I believe. First one is Brian Halstead of Spit Junction. Can you hear us, Brian?
I've unmuted now. After the last item, I feel somewhat insignificant, but I'll go on. I'm Brian Halstead, and I've been fighting to keep the local in local government for the last 10 years. I support this motion as it is crucial that a demerger that reflects the wishes of 62.5% of the community is proposed. The current proposal does not do that, but looks at what old councils could have looked like if they'd continued to operate. It does not plan to move forward from where the council is today with its current systems and procedures, using some of the new systems that have won the Blewett Award, and move forward using shared systems to 3 much smaller councils. That is why it is crucial that the Boundaries Commission, in having a Deloitte's investigation into the finances, has a terms of references that are disclosed to cover moving the forward option, as I've just suggested, from where we are today, as well as the moving backwards proposals submitted. The Mayor and GM, as the contacts for the Boundaries Commission, should do this as requested in item 3, and the terms of reference of Deloitte's study should be released to the community. It's also important that the community, if you want smaller councils, make submission to the Boundaries Commission on the way forward, and details of this can be found on their website, and submissions made up until January 24. Tomorrow, a bill will be introduced into Parliament that, if passed, will enable communities to request a binding plebiscite to determine de-amalgamation if the previous poll is not enough for the Minister to move on. If the community supports a plebiscite, then the Minister is bound to de-amalgamate the council. The community meeting, item 5, reflected community support for this bill. Crossbenchers support the bill, and now we seek Labor to support the bill, which reflects their own policy on plebiscites taken to the last election. That's all.
Thank you, Brian. Our second speaker is Michelle Hacking of Rozelle, who is also online. Can you hear us, Michelle?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I must admit I'm a member of Residents for De-Amalgamation, so obviously you'll hear a very pointed argument. The vote in 2021 was run by the Electoral Commission, which gives the result authenticity. Residents expressed a desire to demerge after 5 years' experience of an amalgamated council. It wasn't successful. The dissatisfaction was evenly felt across all 5 wards, and that relates to a basic concept. What does local mean? This meeting is being held in local council chambers, but there is nothing local about Inner West Council. We exist in an oversized and pretty remote bureaucracy. Look at tonight's business papers. This is item 25 of 43. So many matters to discuss and assess, so many different areas. That's not a focus on local issues. Residents and staff recognise that bigger has not been better for the community. The staff face impossible challenges in their efforts to communicate effectively over a diverse range of issues and have a working knowledge of the areas that Inner West Council covers. The impact on staff is demonstrated by a high turnover at all levels. This causes even greater instability and lack of connection with the community. Remember, all 5 wards agreed that amalgamation experiment has not worked. The sentiment isn't isolated to one area of Looney Tunes like me. During December and January, the Boundaries Commission is seeking submissions from the community. This motion makes the reasonable request that information be made available on data used to calculate the costs of demerging. Morrison Low assumptions need to be questioned because comparable demergers in Queensland reveal significantly different costs. They are much, much lower. Point 3 of this item also requests information on the briefing of Dulwich. Using the same methodology and data would achieve the same questionable result. Spending community funds on a potentially flawed process does not seem to be a reasonable option. All councillors are elected to represent the whole community. With a vote of 62.5%, there is an expectation that our council would more effectively and actively support and drive the de-amalgamation process. This has not been evident. Support for this motion would be a big step in the right direction. We now look forward to implementation of the demerger policy that Labor took to the last election. Tomorrow, an amendment will be introduced in the upper house. Peter Primrose really spoke strongly against amalgamation, so it's hoped that Labor will support this bill and implement their own policy. We now seek support for this motion from our councillors. At the local level, we need to know that councillors are with us, with the 62.5% of us who voted for de-amalgamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next item with registered speakers is item 27, improved access and use of Centenary Park, Croydon. Our first speaker is Michael Macaritas of Croydon. Are you here, Michael? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Mine seems pretty insignificant as well. I'm for the. My name's Michael Macaritas. I'm actually the president of Burwood Football Club, and as of last year, I was made life member there as well. We're proposing for an all-weather synthetic field to go onto Centenary Park. We feel it'll help keep kids on the park regardless of weather, regardless of what happens. If it rains the day before, the field will still be all right to be played on the following day. We lose a lot of wet weather days, unfortunately, being a winter sport. So keeping kids on the field is a must for us to keep them all healthy, I suppose. The other thing the club is looking at with that all-weather field, we want to make it an all-ability field where we can bring disability kids onto that field as well, make them, help them, make it a safe field for them to come, so we can become maybe a central hub there for our association and from other clubs to come there to give these kids a go as well, to keep them. Everybody has the choice to play a sport if they want to play a sport. We have great facilities there already, but unfortunately we do need to improve those facilities a little bit as well for our female. We have, our club consists of about 30% of females that play for the club, so we want to change those facilities as well to make females comfortable at that facility as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Our second speaker is Victoria Moliterno of Putney. Are you here, Victoria? Thank you.
So I'm here just to back up Michael and give you a perspective from a female football player as part of the club. One of the things that's actually come out recently, especially with the Matildas' success, is that female interest in sport, especially football, is obviously growing, and we want to be able to provide women that opportunity and young girls that opportunity to push forward with their sports. But in that comes the risk of obviously ACL injuries and other injuries that are associated with sports, as women are 2 to 4 times more likely to come up with those injuries. And if you are aware of the current state of Centenary Park's current pitches, It is a mess to play on with dips from the cricket ground. And I know from my team alone in the all-age women's, we've lost several members of the team this year from injuries because of the state of the pitch. Having a synthetic pitch, yes, it won't necessarily reduce the risk of it, but it will help in having a consistent pitch. That is basically something that we can play on and train on and also then develop our skills on. We have a lot of other clubs within our federation who have had success with synthetic pitches. It's drawn in a lot more people. They're actually operating at capacity now because of the amount of registration and interest. And I think also the other thing that we have to consider is that women obviously want to feel comfortable in an environment. So having change rooms specifically designated for women when there are males around is another thing to consider. The other thing that I would like to mention as well is that with synthetic pitches, in the summer comp now that we're playing, we do play on a synthetic pitch, and compared to our competitors, the ball moves differently on a synthetic pitch, and those that have experience playing on a synthetic pitch are obviously at a much higher advantage. People are going to go to where they can truly develop their skills, and if Burwood wants to be a part of that and really become a hub for football, that's the only way that's going to be able to push that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Our final item with registered speakers is item 31, recognition of Dulwich Hill women's cycling pioneer Margaret McLachlan, and our first speaker is Mark Russeretnam of Ashbury. Are you here, Mark? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say I'd like to, as a resident, I'd like to mention that I support the motion with regards to the ceasefire in Palestine. But anyway, in relation to this motion, I don't think it's very controversial. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I don't think anybody's going to oppose it. So I'm not going to take much of your time. However, I'd like to emphasize to the council that this issue has been going on for 57 years. And in the last, say, 3 years, I've actually started to approach the sports cycling organizations such as, it's been Cycling New South Wales until 2021, and since 2021, it's been AusCycling. AusCycling is the governing body, national governing body that oversees sports cycling in Australia. Now, they have ignored, as far as I'm aware, and I speak on a personal level, they have ignored everything and every approach I have made to redress this issue. I approached them formally last year. I received no reply. The only time I received the reply was when I finally went public with the matter, and I went to the newspapers and was picked up by the Australian newspaper, Australian Weekender magazine, actually. And only after that did they actually respond, and they began to say, oh, yeah, we're looking into the matter. But of course, I believe my fear is that this issue is going to be swept under the rug by them again. And that's why I have asked the mover of the motion through Councillor De Cruz that the matter actually, of the issue of writing to AusCycling be emphasized more strongly in the motion, because I believe AusCycling, I hope I'm wrong, I believe AusCycling might try to sweep the matter under the carpet again and hope it'll go away. So what I'm trying to do is, and I hope Council will help us in this respect, is trying to keep the pressure on the organization, AusCycling Limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Our final speaker is David Dite of Lewisham. Are you here, David? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I'll keep this brief. Of course, I'm sensible of the gravity of some of the other matters raised here, but this issue is also quite important. Margaret McLachlan was a fantastic cyclist, sportswoman and was largely ignored by her peers. And I think it's time that we set the record straight. She was a champion in many ways, not just on the bike, but also for gender equality. Our club is very proud of Margaret's achievement and is campaigning with her to have her record properly recognised by the national cycling body, Oz Cycling. We also initiated this motion to Council seeking special acknowledgement of Margaret as a local hero and a role model. Like many sports in this country, cycling has a patchy early record when it comes to inclusion and equality. Dulwich Bicycle Club believes it's time to revisit the past and set the record straight. Our sport and the wider community will be stronger and more inclusive as a result. We believe that by passing this motion, Inner West Council will make a significant and timely statement on promoting gender equality in sport and recognising women's often hidden historical sporting achievements. And finally, at our 2023 AGM, Margaret McLachlan was made a life member of our club by unanimous vote. I urge all councillors to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Councillors, that concludes the public forum. Just before we move on to the items of the business paper, I'll just remind those of you in the public gallery, you're of course more than welcome to stay for the duration of the meeting or for as long as you'd like. We do have a significant amount of business to get through tonight. We've got 43 items, so I will just request that if you do need to have conversations throughout the course of the evening, that you step outside of the chamber so as not to distract councillors or staff from the business of the meeting. And I'll remind everyone that speakers are to be heard in silence throughout the meeting.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Griffiths.
On that note, I would actually like to put a procedural that we move forward. Item 22, peace in Gaza. I believe it's item 22. Yes, and I'd like to speak for that. And I hope that actually all Labor councillors can agree to move that forward.
Sorry, just before I let you speak to it, Councillor Griffiths, do we have a seconder for Councillor Griffiths' motion? Councillor De Cruz. Councillor Griffiths.
Okay. And I do hope it's accepted.
Point of order. Is it normal to have a speech in favour of procedural motion?
Move and may speak to it.
Thank you so much, and thanks for asking, Councillor Drury. And I do hope that actually is simply accepted. I think this is the first motion of this term of council which has had so many people in the gallery that it was considered whether or not they would all fit up into the chamber here tonight. We haven't had that on Demerger. We haven't had that on different controversial planning issues. We've never had any turnout like this, I think, before. And I think it's also the first time that this council has had hundreds, I would say, quite possibly, emails over the last 48 hours calling for councillors to support the motion. So it's clearly of high community interest. And I think it's important that all the people who have come along tonight are here to be able to witness the debate and to hear from their councillors. I think we all agree that we want a transparent council and we want one where residents feel heard. I know previously there's been a motion brought to council around the viewing of council being down on YouTube. Well, right now we have heaps of people looking to engage with their council. So I think this is a reasonable suggestion to bring it forward as the first item being discussed, and I hope it can simply be accepted.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I'll put that procedural to a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I think that's 7. All against? That motion lost. And I will remind members of the gallery, as I just said, that speakers will be heard in silence. Unfortunately, if there are repeated infringements, we will have to remove members of the gallery. So I just ask respectfully that you let the meeting proceed in silence. I'd again just ask respectfully that you let the meeting proceed in silence. Thank you. We've come to the business of the meeting. Councillor Drury.
Chair, may I move item 1?
Members of the gallery, if this continues, we will either remove repeat offenders or we'll have to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Drury.
May I move item 1?
What I'm going to suggest, councillors, is that we adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes and we will return at 5 minutes to 8. Thank you. note that it being 5 to 8, council is back in session, so we'll proceed with
Chair.
the business
Can I
items.
speak?
Councillor Scott.
Chair, thank you. I'd like to move a procedural motion.
Members of the public gallery, Councillor Scott will be heard in silence. Thank you, Councillor Scott.
Why can't I speak? Thank you. I'd like to.
You don't want to hear me
I'd
speak?
like to move.
Councillor Scott, please.
Thank you. I'd like to move a procedural motion that item 22 is moved up the agenda and heard as the second item of business this evening, and I invite Councillor Griffiths to second that procedural motion.
Yes, I will be seconding that motion, and that's on a procedural basis, but it can't actually be the first item of business now that council has voted against it. So the second is the earliest that we can hear the motion now, and I'm supporting it on that basis, and I hope we have a fair, well-chaired debate.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I'll put that procedural motion moved by Councillor Scott.
Smith, sorry, Chair, may I speak to the
You
procedural
may.
motion?
Sorry, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, no problem. I would just like to say from the council chamber, thank you so much to all the people who have come here to speak this evening. The councillors around this table, and I'm sure I speak for everyone, understand the gravity of the situation that you've come here to speak about tonight, that the passion and emotion and depth of feeling about this is very real, and as members of our community, we are honoured to have your presence here this evening, and we are listening to you. We appreciate that many of you are engaged in a council meeting for the first time, and we welcome and appreciate your engagement with us this evening. I appreciate Councillor Griffiths' extension of the hand of friendship to a respectful and collaborative discussion this evening, and I invite members of the public gallery to continue to engage with the council in that spirit of respect, and thank you again from the councillors for being here this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I will put the procedural moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Griffiths, to bring forward item 22 to follow item 1. All in favour? Against? That is carried unanimously. So we will proceed with item 1. Quarter 1 progress report on the delivery program 2022-26 and operational plan 2023-24 and quarterly budget review statement. Councillor Drury.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What we have in front of us is the report on how this council has done for the first quarter of the year. The report goes to how we've managed our finances and what steps we've taken along the lines of our 5 strategic directions. They are an ecological, sustainable inner west, a livable, connected neighbourhood, creative communities and strong economy, healthy, resilient and caring communities, and responsive civic leadership. What this report shows is that we are moving in the right direction in terms of most of the key actions that we have set ourselves to achieve those objectives. It also shows that we have a slight increase in our budgeted deficit. The slight increase in our budget deficit goes to issues in terms of we've had some increases in charges, but we've also had we've had some increases in costs, but we've also had some increases in money we have collected, which have given us a $100,000 increase over this time. I think what I would like to do, and may I have another minute, if I please?
So moved. Moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Scott. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
So I'd like to just go through and highlight some of the key highlights of that quarter in terms of council's achievement. The first one is that we did win the Blewett Award, something we are very proud of. The Blewett Award is a premier award for councils in New South Wales. We have completed a $5 million project in relation to the Bay Run pathway and lighting, which is a key component of our connecting the Cooks River to the Parramatta River. We opened at $2.2 million the Leichhardt Skate Park. We also opened at $1.4 million the Sustainability Hub and Green Living Centre in Summerhill. We are moving ahead in relation to electric vehicle procurement and provision for electrical vehicles to be charged, both council ones and private ones. We have worked on and completed 5 pedestrian crossings and many other great achievements in that quarter. I'd urge all councillors who I know have read this report and would be pleased at the progress we've made and the financial stewardship to vote in favour of this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I would like to second the motion, thank you.
Councillor Scott.
And I'd also like to move some amendments as provided to the minute taker earlier. I've provided some amendments to the minute taker earlier.
Can I check that those minutes have been provided and can they be displayed on screen?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
No. Speak, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers against this motion?
I don't want to speak against. I have some questions and I also have an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Please ask your questions,
Councillor
Councillor Atkins.
I was in before the seconded.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Please ask your questions.
I also note all the highlights and the good things that we have done this quarter, but I do have some questions that relate to the things that perhaps aren't going so well. I have sent some questions to staff and I'm not going to repeat those here. I'll wait for the answers. I do note that at Strategy 1.2.1, the urban forest area still remains behind schedule on all its actions and KPIs. Is somebody able to talk about what is happening there? Because my memory is that was the case last quarter as well.
Can I direct that to the appropriate officer?
Through you, Chair, in relation to the status of the urban tree canopy results, the focus over the last 6 months have been to respond to the community need of responding to our CRMs, and that focus has been lifted and we've had some significant improvements in that area. We've also had some resource related issues in that space, trying to fill some vacancies that were put forward, which ultimately meant that these became off track. There is renewed energy in this space and I want to resolve and get these back on track as soon as possible.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that in the next report. Just one other question. KPIs on page 93, KPIs 2.3.1 capital A and 2.6.2C, which relate to expenditure relating to town centres and the percentage of the LATM program spent. Just wondering why that is so low. Page 93. The LATM one does say that it's on target, but that's not the way I read it. Perhaps I'm wrong.
If officers need to take this on notice, that's also acceptable.
the expenditure of the LATMs in relation to this one is generally done within the second half of the year. So typically you'll have the design elements in the first half and then delivery in the second.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Atkins. I think you're about to put your amendments. Is that correct?
I will be. I just
One more question.
It's not a question. It's now well, it is a question. It's actually a question that I put to the GM and the director about whether it is possible, given what was just said, that it's very clear that things happen at different times of the year. So we can't just look at our year-to-date actuals and go, is that a quarter of the budget for the year? And yet we, as councillors, as far as I can find, don't have anything to compare the year-to-date actual. When in my previous life as a senior executive in government, we used to be given the year-to-date budget and the year-to-date actuals so we could see, but I'm not sure we get that.
Was that a question to a specific officer, Councillor Atkins?
It's a question through you to either the Director Corporate or the CFO.
Through you, Chair. With year-to-date results for operational side of things, we do report it on our council website. So that would have the year-to-date actuals as well as the year-to-date budget. On capital expenditure, we show the full year budget and % of it. So that's something that we can take on board and look to improve in our next quarterly review.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to put my amendment.
Before you do that, apologies, Councillor Atkins. I realised I didn't ask Councillor Drury as the mover if he accepted Councillor Scott's amendments. Accepted. Thank you. Councillor Scott, would anyone like to speak to the amended motion as is? Not. Councillor Atkins?
Okay, if I could put my amendment, which is simply to note that council is operating with a deficit of a budgeted deficit of $2.3 million for the financial year. We've already had some discussion about that. I think it would be a good thing if it was noted on the public record.
Councillor Drury, is that amendment accepted?
Yes.
Do we have any further speakers on item 1 as it now stands in its amended version? Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting this motion at all, and along similar lines to what I normally say. This is not an informative report. It is not clear. Over and over again, we ask for briefings about the quarterly report. We don't get those briefings. It is one of the most fundamental documents that we need for councillors to be across our financial responsibilities. Councillor Atkins put forward questions that have been put forward for such a long time now. In fact, the document's now beginning to look like a marketing brochure rather than a detailed financial summary of where our council is at. But I think what I'm seeing is during this term of council, and I've seen it in no other terms, this is my 4th term now, our 2 highlights are 2 years of deficit and 2 years of negative operating performance ratio. I would like to see in this report how we're going to move out of that, how we're going to move away from that. They're the sorts of things that I would like to see as a responsible financial manager of this council. I'm not seeing that in this report at all. And in fact, we've asked numerous times for this report to be restructured so that it's readable and informative for councillors, but we just continue getting reports like this. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had 2 speakers, or 3 rather, for the motion. Are there any further speakers against? If not, I'll put it to a vote. Or, Councillor Drury, your right of reply. My apologies.
I welcome the engagement of other councillors in relation to the financial matters of the council, which are publicised and published, and for which you have the capacity to engage with the staff and ask the questions. And I think the very constructive questions that were asked by Councillor Atkins shows the way forward in terms of engaging with this material. It is not easy. There are a number of courses available to councillors who wish to further understand how to work with and understand the council financial reports, and the Local Government Association offers those. Not all of us naturally have learnt this through our life and experience, and I encourage those people who want to do that to get on and to take that sort of training so they can more meaningfully contribute to these debates. Obviously, there is a responsibility for all of us to show some interest and due diligence in relation to this, which I believe we do. I believe the reports are going to the key issues that are before us. And yes, we do have a small operational deficit. It is a very small deficit in the context of the overall budget. I said it is a very
Councillor
small
Stamlis, I'll call you to order.
deficit in the context of the overall budget. The overall budget, it is a very small percentage. I'm not very good at getting percentages up immediately, but it is a small percentage. And yes, we do need to work towards reducing that, but in the context of the operational budget and the capital budget, it is not a major concern, but we will work towards bringing it right. I'd urge all to support this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. I will now put item 1 to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now come, as per the procedural motion, to item 22. Notice of motion supporting peace in Gaza and Palestine. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thanks so much for the speakers and everyone in the gallery here tonight. I'm actually glad that you are here to listen to the Council's annual report, because I hope next year a united Inner West Council will feature, a united Inner West Council on solidarity with Palestine will feature in our next annual report. That's my hope. But I rise in support of Palestine and to mourn the thousands of lives lost, and to call on this council to hear you, the community, to advocate for a ceasefire, because the situation in Gaza is dire. More than 13,000 dead, a child dying every 10 minutes, 2.2 million people without water, electricity, medicine or fuel. Hospitals are being bombed, and there was a recent assault on the Al-Shifa hospital, which you'll all be familiar with in the last few days. I'm concerned over the next month that we could see another Nakba, or I'm concerned that we could see Palestinian land annexed. I'm concerned that thousands more will die. And when I see quotes from governing Israeli MPs, Nazim Baturi, who called for the erasure of the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth, or the Israeli Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, who said, and I quote, "We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly." When I see these quotes, well, my mind turns to what Francesca Albanese was said and her concerns around ethnic cleansing. Ceasefire.
Speaker, Chair.
Yep.
Can I please move an extension of 1 minute?
Councillor Howard is moving an extension of 1 minute, seconded by Councillor Scott.
Thank you.
All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Okay, thank you. And that is a reminder for me to speak quicker. Well, ceasefire is the key demand of the community. It's the one that you've rallied here tonight on. It's the key point of hundreds of emails received by councillors ahead of tonight's meeting. And it's the words down the road at Ashfield Station, painted, graffitied on Hercules Street. And I take, this responsibility as being a councillor as the opportunity for me to use every platform that I have available to call on peace and justice for Palestine. And so should all councillors. Anything else, and I would actually look back on my time on council with shame. And I'm not here to do that tonight. As a representative of this community, saying that war isn't a council issue, well, that's just not good enough. We're here to advocate and represent the community, and this is what they're calling for. We have a history of opposing war. When we were at Alga, we joined with hundreds of other councillors to oppose the invasion of Ukraine. We can do the same thing for the invasion of Palestine and for Gaza. Let's join Canterbury Bankstown Council, join Merrybeck, stand with the UN, Amnesty International, the ACTU, thousands of organisations. I hope you can all support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Chair, I second.
Councillor Lockie.
Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Griffiths for bringing this motion and thank everyone for coming in to speak to us tonight. I know it was difficult for many of you and I'm very grateful that you did. I know, as Councillor Griffiths says, there's been some discussion in the media today about whether this is a council issue. And at one level, I agree, because calling for a ceasefire is what our federal government should be doing. However, I know there are many people in our community who have been watching with horror as the conflict has continued to escalate. We're now seeing tens of thousands of people here in Sydney and across Australia take to the streets and contacting their federal MPs to call on the Australian government to demand a ceasefire. But so far, these calls have remained unanswered. And so I think it falls to all of us to do whatever we can to add our voices to the call for peace. I know many of us here have been doing that already, both publicly and behind the scenes. And as elected councillors, we have the ability to add the voice of council to that call, just as we have added council's voice to many national issues and campaigns that affect our community, and especially when other levels of government have failed to do the right thing. And we can't overlook the impact this conflict is having at a local level within our communities here in the Inner West. There has been a measurable rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia since this conflict began, and it is only going to get worse the longer it goes on. The only way forward, on all fronts, is for an immediate ceasefire to be called on humanitarian grounds, and for all parties to work towards a peaceful and just resolution to this long-running conflict. We can't effect this change ourselves, but as a council whose area overlaps with our Prime Minister's electorate, we can and should add our voice to the many that are now calling for peace.
Councillor Drury.
Chair, may I foreshadow an alternate motion?
You may, just checking that's been provided to the minute takers. Thank you.
Could I have the foreshadowed motion displayed? Thank you. We are all deeply concerned about the desperate humanitarian crisis in Gaza. What has unfolded since the Hamas attacks in October is horrendous. We understand that Hamas continues to hold several hundred hostages in direct violation of international law.
Councillor Drury will be heard in silence. Thank you.
While Israel does have a right to defend itself, in doing so, it must comply with international law. And this means protecting civilian life and civilian infrastructure, including hospitals. As
Public gallery, I will remind you, Councillor Drury will be heard in silence.
We have seen a harrowing number of civilians, including children, killed. The reality is that the Inner West cannot stop the conflict in the Inner West. Foreign affairs is the responsibility of the Commonwealth, not of local government. What Council does have a role to do is support our communities, including the residents affected. This motion seeks to do this through practical measures. Our community would also expect support practical measures on the ground, and therefore we support promoting humanitarian relief for the people of Gaza through union aid and
I will call the meeting to order. I will call the meeting to order. If the meeting does not run to order, we will have to adjourn again. So I will call the meeting to order. Thank you, Councillor Drury. You have the floor. I will call the meeting to order, Councillor Drury. Thank you. Please continue.
Point of
I
order.
move.
Point of order, Chair.
I move.
Is the councillor permitted to speak to a foreshadowed motion? We don't usually do that as a matter
Councillor
of council
Drury,
procedure.
as I understand it, was speaking against the motion. Councillor Drury, if you wish to speak to the foreshadowed motion, we'll vote on this first. And if it lapses, we will then go to the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Drury, have you concluded your remarks?
Chair, my apologies, Chair. I was speaking against the motion that has been proposed and suggesting an alternate way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Are there any further speakers for or against this motion? Councillor De Cruz.
I'll just speak very briefly, and I think I'll just quote what I've been writing back to. I'll just quote basically what I've been writing back to the millions or hundreds of people who have written to me over the last day or so to support the motion. And that is that what is occurring in Palestine is horrific, and the Australian government must call for a ceasefire at the very least. And on that basis, I'm supporting the motion, and I hope that the colleagues across the chamber will do so too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Cruz. I'll put the motion to a vote as we've now had two speakers for.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Shetty.
There's no limit on speakers unless a procedural motion is moved to do so. So could I please contribute?
Councillor Scott.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that we limit the number of speakers to 2 for and 2 against, and then put the motion.
As is practice. Is there a seconder for Councillor Scott's procedural? Councillor Stevens. We've had 2 for. You spoke, Councillor Griffiths, and Councillor De Cruz spoke. I'll put the procedural. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. If there are no further speakers against the motion, Councillor Griffiths has a right of reply.
Well, I agree with the Speaker who says that this motion doesn't go far enough. I do think that we should actually be raising the flag in solidarity with Palestinian people, and I do think that we should be looking at things like our investments to make sure that they're ethical and actually not funding the war effort abroad. And I agree with what you said, Councillor Drury, which was we can't stop the conflict alone, but we can take a stand here tonight. And I was hopeful that Labor councillors actually would join us in doing so, in this simple motion, very restricted motion, just calling for a ceasefire. And I know that rank and file Labor members actually have been passing similar motions in their branches. The Enmore Labor branch, the Warren Labor branch, Balmain, Dulwich Hill and more have all passed motions advocating for peace and ceasefire. And, you know, if not listening to your local members, I was hoping that you might listen to the community that's here today. I wrote this motion on Remembrance Day, which for me is a reflection on the horrors of war and also the opportunities to have peace. And I think it's right that the Inner West engages in remembrance. But it strikes me as strange that Inner West Labor sees engaging with past wars okay, but is unable to oppose the wars of today and prevent the wars of the future. So to the supporters, here today, I would say, well, I know your advocacy is going to continue, and I'll see you at Sunday's rally, even if this vote doesn't go well.
I'm now going to put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Drury. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order and ask that Councillor Drury
second the foreshadowed motion.
I'll move that we adjourn the meeting. Could I please have a seconder to adjourn? 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Scott. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Point of order, Chair.
I will call the meeting back to order, noting that Councillor Drury has a foreshadowed motion on the business papers, seconded by Councillor Scott. Councillor Drury, do you waive your right to speak? Councillor Drury waives his right to speak. Councillor Scott waives her right to speak, so we will now consider the foreshadowed motion. I will
like
put
to
the motion
speak
to a vote.
against them.
No.
I'm going to move a procedural, councillors. Given that we have already had debate on this motion, which is not substantively different to the previous motion, I'm going to move a procedural that we go straight to a vote.
I have amendments. I have amendments.
Seconded Councillor Scott. All in favour of
I have
the procedural
amendments.
motion?
I have amendments.
Order. Councillor Griffiths has amendments to the foreshadowed motion.
I absolutely do, and I want to speak to the foreshadowed motion.
Councillor Griffiths, have your amendments been provided to the minute taker?
But they will be, or I can read them out. But first,
Councillor Griffiths, could you please read out your amendments and provide them in writing to the minute taker, and then I will check that you have a seconder for your amendments.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, first, the first amendment is to raise the Palestinian flag in support of the Palestinian people in locations across the inner west until a ceasefire is declared. And the second amendment is notes that the current conflict cannot be viewed in isolation to the occupation of Palestine and the forced displacement of millions of Palestinians from their homelands and the ongoing illegal settlements in the West Bank. And the reason I'm bringing these two amendments...
Councillor Griffiths, before you speak to it, do you have a seconder? Seconded Councillor De Cruz. Councillor Griffiths, you may speak to it.
The reason I'm bringing these amendments is because...
Councillor Smith, sorry, could we pause for a moment to ask Councillor Griffiths to provide those amendments in writing so that other councillors can see the amendments that you are speaking to?
I believe they're on the screen now, but I will just get Councillor Griffiths to check the wording with the minute taker.
The reason I'm bringing these amendments is because the current proposal, I guess, treats October the 7th and the subsequent land invasion, bombings, the subsequent 13,000 deaths in isolation of the last 75 years, you know, of the Nakba, of the illegal settlements, and of the ongoing blockade of Gaza. And I think that's quite deceptive and ahistorical, and I think it should be opposed on that basis. And how can we see what's going on right now as a mere execution of Israel's right to defend itself? This is well beyond any form of right to defend itself, and it can't be viewed outside of that 70 years. So I oppose the motion, and I also oppose on...
Sorry,
on
Councillor
the basis of
Griffiths,
steps towards
can I
a
clarify,
ceasefire.
are you amending this motion or are you opposing this motion?
Sorry, I'm amending the motion. Thank you. Yeah, with those two amendments given to the minute takers. And the idea of calls for steps towards a ceasefire, well, the community, the international community, wants a ceasefire now, you know? And anything but results in deaths. So I would also actually like to strike out the words after end and just make it end a ceasefire.
Councillor Drury, do you accept Councillor Griffiths' amendments? Still considering. Councillor Drury. I will give you a moment. I acknowledge that there are a few amendments there. Can I just confirm with the minute takers? I believe Councillor Griffith's motion was amendment was seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Is that correct? Can we just have that reflected? Councillor De Cruz.
This is one amendment, including and removing the words "called for steps towards steps towards."
So, Councillor Griffiths, you will not consider your amendments in seriatim.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, who knows? Yes, yeah, we can do them in seriatim. Yeah, fine.
I would accept the last point.
So the second sentence of Councillor Griffith's amendment has been accepted by Councillor Drury, so we can incorporate that into the primary motion. Which means we will then consider, just going to let the minute takers catch up. So we will then consider the sentence that Council raise the Palestinian flag in support of the Palestinian people in locations across the Inner West until the ceasefire is declared or a time otherwise declared by Council. Moved by Councillor Griffiths, seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Any speakers against? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare the amendment lost. We will now return to consideration of the Drury-Scott foreshadowed motion, which I would request be displayed on the screen. We will now vote on the foreshadowed motion by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Scott. All in favour? I'm going to call the meeting to order. We're voting on the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Drury and Councillor Scott. I will flag with councillors that we have already had speakers for and against this subject, the amendment and the previous motion, which is not substantively different from this motion. All right, apologies. Can I just call the meeting to order and apologies? I am a first-time chair of the meeting, so I will just ask councillors to be patient as well as members of the public gallery. As we are now considering a new motion, my apologies, we will have two speakers for and against. We've already had two speakers for this foreshadowed motion. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. I cannot vote for a motion that does not call for a ceasefire. That is what this is all about. We may not be the federal government, but we have influence, as was pointing out to us. We were asked to use that influence to call for a ceasefire, and I simply don't know how, after what we've heard, what we have seen in the media, what we've heard at all the rallies that we've all been to at least one of, I assume, how can we vote how can we vote without calling for a ceasefire? I'm against this.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Are there any further speakers against the motion? If not, we will put it to a vote. All in favour of the Drury-Scott motion? All against? Can I recommit the vote because I note that councillors did not vote? All in favour of the motion? All against? Declare the motion carried.
Chair?
We will now return
Chair.
to the business of the meeting.
Chair, I'd like to move a number of items in globo, please.
Councillor Scott will like to move a number of items in globo. I am going to call the meeting to order. I will call the meeting to order. Members of the public gallery, I would like to allow you all to remain for the duration of the meeting. However, if we are not able to proceed in order, we are going to have to adjourn. Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I'd like to move a number of items in globo that have been provided to the minute taker earlier, and in accordance with our normal practice, Chair, I'd ask you to run through those items and ask if there are speakers or amendments in support of either of those items.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I will second Councillor Scott's procedural motion. I will call the meeting to order to allow councillors to hear the motions that we are moving to be dealt with in globo. I'm going to proceed, noting that the items listed are displayed on the screen. Yeah, we're going to run through them. So noting that the items listed are displayed on the screen, so even if councillors can't hear me, they can hopefully read them on the screen. And I will suggest that if any councillors want to remove an item from the in globo list, please raise your hand and I'll try and keep an eye out for you. So the first is item 3, post-exhibition privacy, data breach and access to information policies. Councillor Atkins would like to remove that. Councillor De Cruz. Item 5, post-exhibition amended voluntary planning agreements policy. Sorry, can I clarify? Councillor Atkins, were you removing item 5 from the in globo list? Item 7, updated site-specific development control plan for Haberfield. Councillor De Cruz. Item 8, draft planning proposal, heritage pubs. No, that item can stay. Item 12, audit risk and improvement committee minutes. That item can stay. Item 14, investment report at 30
Item
September
15, thank you.
2023. Councillor Stamoulis, you're removing that. Item
Sorry,
15 as well.
Councillor Stamoulis wanted 15, not 14. 14 can stay, 15 he wants to speak to.
So item 15 is being removed from the list. Item 16, statistical report on code of conduct complaints. Item 30, notice of motion, Haberfield, application of planning principles. Item 31, notice of motion, recognition of Dulwich Hill women's cycling pioneer Margaret McLachlan. Councillor De Cruz is removing that. Item 32, notice of motion, Paramatildas celebrating diversity in sport, International Day of People with a Disability 2023. Item 33, notice of motion, support for local multicultural businesses and organisations. Item 34, notice of motion, review of youth library engagement. And item 40, major capital projects committee and project summary report. So, just to confirm, councillors, on the in globo list we have items 8, 12, 14, 16, 30, 32, 33, 34 and 40. All those in favour of moving those items in globo? All against? Declare that carried, noting that Councillor Griffiths is abstaining. Councillors, I'm going to move an adjournment of 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 8:55. Thank you. reconvene the meeting at 9:18 p.m. We are up
Chair.
to item 2. Yes,
Hello.
Councillor Scott.
Chair, I'd like to move the adoption of the officer's recommendations in item 2. And given the lateness of the hour, given the amount of speaking that we've already had, I would encourage all of my fellow councillors to consider a timely and orderly process as we go through the remainder of the agenda. There is business on this agenda that means a great deal to the people of the Inner West. There are items that need to be dealt with this evening, and I would encourage you all to collaborate on a productive remainder of this evening.
Does that include you, Councillor, as well?
Councillor Stamoulis, I'll call you to order.
Sorry.
And as such, I'd like to move the officer's recommendations in item 2, and I waive my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for item 2? Councillor Stevens, would you like to speak? No. Are there any speakers to this item, councillors?
Microphone.
Councillor De Cruz, thank you. Have these amendments been provided to the minute taker?
So they're actually notes because they're kind of some one was a couple of them were errors in the current report. Well, most of them are errors in the current report, but they cannot be. One is going to be addressed. The staff have advised me before sending the report to the OLG, which is point 3, and with point 1 and 2, the staff have indicated that they can't do much about it before in this annual report, but we'll do it in the future in continuous improvement. So I hope you will support this motion, these amendments.
I don't accept those amendments. The officer's recommendations and the report is thorough.
Sorry, Councillor Scott, I'll just see, is there a seconder for Councillor De Cruz's amendment? Otherwise it will lapse. Councillor Atkins. Councillor Scott, do you accept these amendments? You do not. Councillor De Cruz, you've spoken to the amendments. Councillor Atkins, would you like to speak?
No.
Are there any further speakers on the amendments? If not, I'll put the amendments to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare the amendments lost. We return to the primary motion. Are there any further speakers on the primary motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All in favour? I believe that was unanimous. Declare that carried. Item 3, post-exhibition privacy, data breach and access to information policies.
Chair, I'd like to move the officer's recommendations and I waive my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder? Councillor Stevens, would you like to speak?
No.
Are there any further speakers on this item? If not, I'll put the item to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, I'd like to move the officer's recommendations with an amendment for item 4, please. That's been provided to the minute takers earlier.
Just request that those amendments be displayed on the screen. Councillor Scott, would you like to speak? Apologies, sorry, is there a seconder to Councillor Scott's motion? Seconded, Councillor D'Arienzo. Councillor Scott, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I'll just explain the amendments. I'd like us to make a stronger statement about outsourcing in our procurement policy, but I would like to also defer the adoption of that policy until we can receive a councillor briefing on ethical, local, social and Indigenous procurement and further changes that could potentially be made to the procurement policy or any others that would support and improve performance in those target areas, noting of course that Council is doing all that it can to achieve our desired outcomes in that area. If there are further changes that could support an improved outcome, I think we'd like to see those.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like to speak? Are there any further speakers on this motion? If not, we'll put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation in item 5 and I waive my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'll just let the minute taker catch up, noting we are moving quickly. Is there a seconder to item 5? Seconded, Councillor D'Arienzo. Would you like to speak? Are there any further speakers, Councillor? Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah. I've got a question which I think I should have had in point 3, but it'll do on this one because there was actually one submission which was received which said that they had difficulty understanding the policy, and I might ask through you, Chair, to the relevant officer to comment about the language we use in developing our policies.
Thank you, and through the chair, the language we use is our opinion, plain English, and sometimes we appreciate that there are really complex matters that we have to address in policies, and we can't really remove legislative quotes or requirements when we are putting a policy in place that is legislative. However, we do try to make them as simple as possible whilst also ensuring that we are compliant.
And could I ask a follow-up question about a glossary in our policies or across policies based on?
Each policy has on the 3rd page, I believe, quite an extensive definition list.
Thank you, councillors. Are there any further speakers on this motion? If not, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, I'd like to move item 6 with an amendment to the officer's recommendations, please, as provided to the minute taker earlier.
I'll just wait for that to be displayed on screen. Is there a seconder for Councillor Scott?
Yes.
Councillor Atkins. Councillor Scott, would you like to speak?
Thank you. We held our meeting of the Customer Service Committee last week. Councillor Atkins and I both attended. It was an extremely satisfactory meeting. We got to see the end result of the public exhibition of the customer experience strategy, which is going really well. I really thank the staff for all the work that they've done, a very worthwhile investment in scaling up that program. The full service mobile team has had more than 1,000 resident interactions and 300 requests raised in the slightly under a month that they've been operating. The new team is on Facebook now, and they are diligently working away at requests, both tagged and not tagged, which is working well. Our branded customer service van is going to be launched in December. It was right for council to devote additional resources to this resident outreach program, of which we can all be proud, and which has been recognised through the award of the prestigious and competitive AR Blewett Award, which was noted at the Customer Service Committee meeting, and a community member moved the following motion, which is provided in the amendment, that the Customer Service Committee congratulate the General Manager and the staff, and especially the Customer Service team, for their success in changing and improving the culture of the Inner West Council to one based on customer service. And the Customer Service Committee and the councillors were very happy to accept that amendment, and we would like to also throw in our congratulations to the team, not just for winning the Blewett Award, but for doing so on the basis of a customer-focused outreach program which has been an enormous success in our community. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Atkins, would you like to speak? Waive your right to speak. Are there further speakers to this motion, councillors? If not, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair.
You go. Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
For item 7?
Item 7, please.
Yep. I'll just ask that that be displayed on the screen when the minute takers can. Is there a seconder? Councillor Scott. Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like to speak?
I note that the development application for the Army lands at Haberfield was approved for subdivision into 21 residential lots. We know that there's a release of the subdivision certificate for the site which is imminent, and I think that the best hope that we have of protecting Haberfield's unique character is through a development control plan. I acknowledge and thank the speakers for their contribution tonight, and I support the officer's recommendation to proceeding to exhibit the plan and give our community the opportunity to have their say before this report, the final DCP, is brought back to council for consideration.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on this motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, I've got some questions, and I thank the speakers for coming in tonight to clarify some of the issues. And firstly, what they presented was a development control plan from 2007, and so we're a bit mystified where this new plan has come from and why it has not been based on this plan, this existing plan for the Army land.
I'll direct that to the officers.
Through you, Chair. The DCP that is before the council this evening is one that starts a conversation and seeks community feedback in order to ensure that there are appropriate development controls for new housing within the Haberfield subdivision area, so that through the development assessment process, officers can ensure that new development matches the heritage status of the existing dwellings on the land. I'm not aware of the status of the 2007-3 DCP, but it is certainly something that can be considered within that conversation.
Further speakers, Councillor De Cruz.
So the other issues they've raised are about flooding and about the channel, the stormwater drainage channel. Is that covered in the draft DCP?
To the extent that it is required to be, it is covered in the draft DCP. Those matters are really more properly for the original application for subdivision, for the subdivision certificate, and then to be considered on a lot-by-lot basis in the design of any new dwellings that come through the development assessment process. But the issue of stormwater is canvassed in the DCP to the degree that it needs to be.
Yeah, so I think we have a serious issue in that this DCP should be still in existence, because my understanding of that consolidated DCP was there were no major changes, and this seems to be one which was omitted, and that there was already a detailed DCP plan for that site.
Is that a question, Councillor De Cruz, or is that your statement? I'll take that as a
that is reiterating question one, and then.
Well, Councillor De Cruz, this is your final question.
Yes, I know. So the final question is about the contamination report. Have we got any information on that?
Those are issues that have been considered at the time when the development consent or the notice of determination was issued, and were more properly considered as part of that original DA. There isn't really a role to consider or reconsider that work in the DCP.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I will put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Noting Councillor Stamoulis and Councillor De Cruz voted against, I declare that carried. We've passed item 8 in Globos. Yeah. That brings us to item 9.
Chair, I'd like to
Councillor Howard.
Yeah, I'd like to move item 9 with 2 amendments as is listed on the screen.
Thank you. If possible, can we get the amendments and the original motion together on the screen? Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Look, I really just wanted to again thank our staff for their work on the Reconciliation Action Plan and on the programs to meet our obligations under that plan, and obviously thank the guidance, expertise, leadership and hard work of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee. Really excited to see what work is being undertaken with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Community Hub and the Survival Memorials in particular. The 2 amendments I'm bringing today just address 2 matters that came up in the report. The first is around the software upgrade that is required to include Aboriginal place names in council correspondence. I'm just asking that those discussions be included as part of the budget deliberations and workshops we have in early next year. I think that's a really good and early time for us to look at that, and for us to look at those costs and the proposal within the context of what other work we might be able to do in the reconciliation space. The second amendment is regarding the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander procurement policy. It really, I acknowledge that council staff have done a lot of work and have done a lot of consultation with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses, with Supply Nation, and that the 1% target that's listed there, which is double of what our current target is in line with what Supply Nation and others are recommending. But I think we can do better, and I think we can have a real stretch target there. So I'm proposing that we just review this policy at the 1 year mark, and at that 1 year mark we look really what we've achieved and what capacity there is within the local economy to increase that further, but that we state from the outset that we're looking to double that each year, to double where we get to each year within the first 5 years. So I just wanted that to be included in the policy before we put it out to consultation so that the community is really clear about our ambition and our intention in this space.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder? Councillor Atkins, would you like to speak? Waived. Are there any further speakers? If not, I'll put it to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, I'd like to move item 10,
Councillor
Officers'
Scott.
recommendations on the alcohol-free zone in Loyalty Square.
Would you like to speak to it?
I waive my right.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Stamoulis, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to first of all make an amendment to that, and that is that we instead trial this for 12 months rather than the four-year period, so that we know that we've got the appropriate solution for this. As councillors might remember, when I spoke at the previous meeting about this alcohol-free zone, I don't think we had all the evidence that it was completely an alcohol-related problem. And in fact, we didn't have full evidence that it was a problem of ongoing dimensions. As I said to councillors here, I've been popping up to Woolies for the best part of 35, 38 years, and the odd instances have occurred over that time. Of course, that's been the case, and I would suggest now that it's popped up again. But again, I don't think there is an endemic alcohol problem there. But still, it's worth trying for 1 year, and then to seek to review that to see that our resources and focus are actually on the right track. Thank you. So that's 1 year.
Before I determine if I'll accept the suggested amendment, could I ask through you, Chair, for an officer's comment on this proposal? I'm not sure whether officers have had the chance to consider this alternative suggestion, but I would like an officer view if that's okay.
To the appropriate officer.
Through the chair, there's no issue with trialling it for 12 months.
Noted. Well, on that basis, I'm happy to accept the amendment.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers to this item?
Yes, please.
Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge the community concern about the issue of drinking and antisocial behaviour at Loyalty Square, and it has been getting worse over the course of this year. I've spoken to the local police commander about it on several occasions, and I'm not convinced that an alcohol-free zone is a solution, which is why I'm glad to see that Councillor Stamoulis has moved, as he has done, for a trial of 1 year, which is something that I was also going to do. Look, we're not the only municipality looking at alcohol-free zones at the moment, with the City of Sydney, who are also we're also looking at them at last night's meeting. And my Greens colleague on the City of Sydney Council did seek advice from the Aboriginal Legal Service about alcohol-free zones, and I think it's really important to consider some of this advice that applies to the Inner West. In particular, they point out that young people experiencing homelessness, people with disability, including mental illness and cognitive impairments, and people from cultures that prioritise communal space over private space, which do include Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, are at a higher risk of being proactively approached by police, and that alcohol-free zones provide the pretext for police to approach, and in doing so sometimes increase the risk of escalation. We know that there is already legislation that allows police to regulate antisocial behaviour relating to drinking, and that under Law Enforcement Powers and Responsibilities Act, police can already issue move-on orders if someone is drunk and disorderly in a public space. So consequently, City of Sydney has done something similar. They have moved to extend their alcohol-free zones for 9 months rather than extend them for 4 years, so that they can explore whether they're still required. I would just like to move an additional amendment, and I understand that they're quite small, but I think that language is really important here. If you could just display them, it's just the difference between endorsing an alcohol-free zone and preparing a proposal to establish an alcohol-free zone. So that's in the first point. Happy to change the language to what Councillor Stamoulis had said about a trial for 12 months. And the second point is that Council puts the proposal so I'm just speaking to the amendments now if I can have some more time, that council puts in proposal to establish an alcohol-free zone on public exhibition for 30 days and a report be brought back to council for consideration as opposed to endorsement. I think language is important because when we look at the Local Government Act, prior consultation needs to be undertaken with the community as well as licensees adjacent to the area. They've suggested the Anti-Discrimination Board, which is not required for our LGA, but I think would be appropriate, and organisations such as the Aboriginal Legal Service that can represent Aboriginal voices in the community. And I think it would really be jumping the gun to assume that we should endorse this proposal before we get that feedback. Ministerial guidelines actually state that a council is to give proper consideration to any representations, submissions or objections received, and as a result may amend or withdraw a proposal to establish an alcohol-free zone. So I think the changes to the language here just make it clear that it would be a consideration of the proposal in light of these submissions rather than us inappropriately endorsing it before we receive that feedback. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
Is that
Before
accepted,
I consider accepting those amendments, can I again ask for an officer's comment on that suggestion? Again, I'm not sure whether they've had the opportunity to consider this, but I'd like an officer's view through your chair.
To the officers?
Through the chair, yes, we would consult with all of those relevant providers like Aboriginal Legal Service and other agencies that support people that may potentially be drinking in Loyalty Square. Once we go for 9 months, if we'd need to go back on consultation again if it goes for another 12 months, or 12 months. If you wanted to extend it, we'd have to consult again.
So just to confirm the proposed amendment that Councillor Shetty is suggesting, which is about sections 42 to 48 of the Act, is that's you're happy enough with that wording? Okay. All right. Thanks. Yeah. On that basis, I'm happy to accept those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. That's incorporated. Are there further speakers to this item? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, I'd like to move item 11, the Traffic Committee report. I'd like to move the officers' recommendations are adopted.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Stamoulis, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. In light of the discussion tonight, councillors, we had 2 speakers on Evans Street, which is, I believe, is item 11 of the report. So I have this this amendment to make to the motion. That council defer the item 11 on Evans Street to allow for reassessment to ensure full access to the driveway and to the off-street parking availability there. That seemed to be the main concern of this document that we were handed this evening. So it's quite simple, but that residents seem to have concern about the technicalities of swept paths, their ability to get in and out, the concerns with the overshooting of the parking and the like. So I think it's worth just doing that additional assessment so that when they put in that, I think they said they're removing the roller door or something to give them access, that they will be able to get in and out of that property safely in terms of their own safety and also in terms of other vehicles, the safety of other vehicles on that corner. So that's the amendment. Thank you.
I'm happy to second that.
Sorry, can I just ensure that we've got those minutes, that wording to the minute taker? Is that amendment acceptable to the mover?
No, I'd like to continue to accept the officer's recommendations.
In that case, we will consider the amendment on its own. Are there any further speakers to the Stamoulis-Shetty amendment? You can, Councillor De Cruz.
Can you please turn on your microphone?
To the officers, this is for a residential parking scheme in Evans Street, as far as I could see. There isn't one now, and so I guess commuters park, because this is very close to Victoria Road, park and catch the bus in. So in fact, by approving the RPS, it will reduce the stress on the parking, as I could see. But if you could explain about what the proposal is and what could be changed. Thank you.
To the officers.
Thank you. Through the chair, The proposal is to signpost existing unrestricted parking with 2-hour resident accepted parking restrictions. So that would lead to a greater occurrence of residents parking in that location rather than visitors to the area. We know that in areas like Balmain, we have vehicles who typically park closer together to make use of lens of curb space like this for 2 vehicles. So we do expect that with the greater use by residents, I would see less obstruction of the driveway long term rather than visitors or commuters in the area who may not park appropriately.
Are there any further speakers to the amendment? If not, I'll put to a vote. All in favour? All in favour? I'll just recommit that. This is the amendment, the Stamler-Shetty amendment. Against? Declare the amendment lost. We return to the primary motion. I'll put the primary motion unless Councillor Scott would like a right of reply.
Waive my right.
All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We've passed item 12 in Globo, which brings us to item 13.
Chair.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I'm pleased to move the report and the recommendations of the report from the officers. What we know from this report and from the briefing that we received recently is that despite the challenges faced in any rollout of any new program, the trend lines in FOGO are all improving. Resident calls the customer service team are on a downward trend. The number of missed collections is down on those recorded in the first few weeks, as are incorrect presentations. Residents are taking advantage of the measures we've put in place to help, including additional red bin collections through the Optimo service, ordering larger 240-litre red bins and the Wastebuster service. Residents are taking advantage of the extensions for rebates on reusable sanitary items and nappies, which is really exciting. People are engaging positively with the content and workshops being created by organisations we're working with, including Cornersmith. Kids in our schools are engaging with the educational programs run by Adventure Kids Entertainment and learning how to recycle food scraps themselves. Of course, there have been challenges, just as there were challenges with the rollout in other communities where FOGO has become just a part of life. But together, we're overcoming them and bedding down a program that will deliver real and tangible benefits for our local environment and for the long term. FOGO lowers emissions, reduces the waste we send to landfill, and will deliver savings that can be reinvested into key services and other waste reduction matters, including managing soft plastics and other hard-to-recycle plastics. I'm particularly pleased to see that this report shows that Council will deliver additional bin liner bags to every freestanding home that's part of the FOGO program. Evidence shows that councils which supply liners have on average 30% more FOGO capture than those without. It's critical that we remove barriers to participating in the program, particularly over the next 9 months, as we continue to expand the base of residents that are participating. As I always do, I thank the staff. I thank the staff for their expertise and their guidance. I've seen firsthand the passion for waste reduction and the commitment to getting this right, and I think we all owe you a great vote of thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder?
Yes, please.
Councillor Atkins.
With an amendment, which I have provided to staff.
Thank you. I'll just wait till that is displayed. Thank you, Councillor Atkins.
In the interests of having Councillor Howard consider positively accepting this amendment, I will be prepared to have the review done within 12 months. I believe that's what we talked about earlier.
If I can speak to the amendment. So I provided...
I still want to speak.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
Sorry. Yeah. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Councillor De Cruz, would you like to speak to it? Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you.
First.
Very quickly. This was a significant change, as Councillor Howard pointed out, and by aligning recycling bin collections at the same time, we seem to have managed to try to implement several significant changes at once, which probably didn't help matters. I know that staff have been doing their best, and I congratulate them under the great deal of pressure in all relevant areas of council. And I want to acknowledge that at times I know it's been tough being on the phone lines with complaints increasing by 80% in October. I hope for your sakes and ours that it's not 6 months before this all settles down. My amendment is designed to ensure that the implementation of the FOGO service is independently reviewed, albeit independently internally, once it's fully rolled out. Given the current outcry, I think it's important that residents can see now on the record of the resolution that a review will be carried out, and I note that I did discuss this with the Director Corporate as to the appropriateness of the way this could happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I just have a further amendment to the amendment. Do we do it that way? Oh, sure. I just want to, yeah. So this is, Councillor Atkins, this is what I had just proposed. I just want to check if that's amenable to you. Sorry.
Is that amenable, Councillor Atkins, to be incorporated into your amendment?
I think it would have to.
It would replace it,
the amendment.
wouldn't it?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Let's
okay?
just go with it.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. No games are tricky games.
No. Much as I would prefer to see it before the election, as we discussed this morning.
If I can just really
let's just get it.
So
done.
Sure.
I'll just make sure the minute takers are caught up.
Sorry.
So we're
If I can just speak to that amendment just briefly. The key reason here, I think that's important, is and Councillor Atkins and I had a really fruitful, constructive conversation about this today, and I always really appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with you on these things. I think it's really vitally important that we don't rush a review. Of course, in a big program like this that has seen such significant change, there's a lot of moving parts. There's just three key things I really wanted to just really driving a decision to go to 12 months. First, we're still in the midst of implementing FOGO. Staff are full shoulder to the wheel in managing the complex and challenging transition, and we really need them focused on that substantive job of managing the transition. Secondly, it's also true that we need some time to really let the benefits of FOGO be realised and settle in. Complex transformations have a tail end, and it'll be important for us to properly manage and document the changing response of the community over the coming months. Thirdly, I think it's so important that we recognise that we are showing leadership here, what we're doing at council. The state government has mandated that all councils in New South Wales will have to have FOGO in place by 2030. Councils are looking at us all across the state. They're looking at us to say, how have you done this? How have you got this right? Sorry?
Councillor De Cruz, I'll call you to order.
Thank you. I think it's really important, and we have an obligation here to make sure that the review that we do captures all that data and gives the fullest picture of the experience that we've had here, so that we can best support those councils all across, Western Sydney, the regions who are going to have to adopt this by 2030. So in that sense, I really want to make sure we're giving the fullest picture, and I think a 12-month review is the best way to do that.
Thank you. Can I just confirm before we proceed that Councillors Howard and Atkins are comfortable with that motion as reads on the screen?
I think it should have also point 1.
That council receive a note and that a 12-month implementation review of the FOGO rollout and associated waste services changes be conducted by council.
That's fine with me. Is that okay with you?
Yes, I would prefer the independent words in there and that sort of thing. And I would note that, I note what you've said about we need time to get it done, and I did consult with staff about that. But in the interest of getting this done, let's just do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further speakers? Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, I've got a question about the
Councillor De Cruz, can you please put your microphone on?
I've got a question about the number of dwellings in the LGA. I note that's a little bit larger than the previous numbers I gave at the last council meeting, which I'm sure came from staff, but I couldn't find the email. I just wondered where those numbers come from.
Through the chair. So the updated ABS data was available, and our Tech One system as well. So we've corrected it. Well, we've looked at the data in our system from Tech One. Some dwellings were classified differently in the 3 former councils. So we've got now approximately 50,000 single dwellings, whereas before we had 48,000. So
wow, that wasn't the answer I was expecting. So it wasn't from our rate system or anything else?
Sorry?
The number of dwellings is derived from our rating system.
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz needs to ask her questions through the chair.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, yeah, check one, sorry, is our rate system.
Can I just add, it's just whether they're classified as a single unit dwelling or a multi-unit dwelling, and that's sometimes for the purpose of depends how many dwellings in there, of how many collections we do. So it's just refining that data.
Well, actually, both numbers increased by several thousand.
Councillor De Cruz, is this another question?
Yes, this is another question. Both figures, single units and multi-unit dwellings, increased in this report to the previous figure, and I just wondered what that was, how you got the figure, the number now, and what was used for your planning.
We'll take it on notice and come back to you with details, but it was from the Tech One system as we, but we'll take it on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. Further speakers on this item, Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I just had a question about considering the influx of inquiries around the FOGO rollout over phone and email. At any point was there, I guess, ICT outages of say, the phone system due to the influx of inquiries?
There was a period, thanks through the chair, we had an Optus outage, of course. Everyone knew about that.
Yep.
There was a couple of hours where there was a period where we had to reboot the phone system at some stage. That was just a technical issue that's been resolved.
Can I get the date of that outage?
I'd take it on notice. I know you've got a series of questions, Councillor, that we didn't have time to answer.
Did I put that in the question?
I believe these are on notice.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. If there are no further speakers, I'll put that item to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair, I'd like to move item 15, the investment report. I'd like to move the officer's recommendations and I waive my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder? Councillor Stamoulis.
Councillors, I noticed in that report that we're getting some good data over the past couple of months on working funds, but that data is showing me that there's some big movements in that in that particular reserve of funds for council. In particular, the data's a bit sporadic, but I think we were sitting sort of like about between $25–30 million over a couple of years. Then in September we dropped out to 21 million. Then in October, the report which you've got before you, I think we've dropped down to about 14 million. And I thought I saw a more recent report showing me that it had dropped down to 7 million. But we won't confirm that one. We'll just say that it's dropped from down to about 14 million now. I'm just wondering whether there's a quick answer, I'll put that as a question now, whether there's a quick answer to explain why there's been a significant fall. If not, that's fine, but I'll just put that now if there is a quick answer.
To the officers.
Through the chair, the drop in working funds from prior years to what it is now, it's been more to do with the reclassification of what we considered internally restricted reserves to working funds. So during the process of the 22-23 financial statements, we've gone through and ensured that the reserves have been recognised correctly. As previously it wasn't, it was reported as working funds instead of internally restricted.
Thank you for that. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Further speakers? If not, I'll put to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair.
Item 17. Yes, Councillor D'Arienzo.
If I could please move this item with the officer's recommendation.
Yep. Would you like to speak?
No, I waive my right.
Thank
Can I
you. Is there a
second,
seconder? Councillor
please?
Atkins.
With an amendment, which
Yep.
I provided to officers, but I will make a slight change. I'm sorry, Councillor D'Arienzo, I have just seen your email from earlier. Could you please delete the words from B including the vigil held at the Marrickville Library Pavilion on 20 November 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to that amendment? Is it incorporated into the original?
Just give me one tick. Yes.
Incorporated into the original. I'll just let the minute takers catch up before we speak to it. Councillor Atkins, would you like to speak to it?
Just to briefly point out that that I just want to emphasise point A, particularly given that a motion to that effect passed the Local Government New South Wales Conference last week, and just to note that B is just those particular events which have taken place in the last couple of weeks. We're not in the table, and I'd just like to make sure they're included. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further speakers to this item? If not, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Chair,
Councillor
I'd like
Scott.
to move item 18, the fire safety report. I do not have any questions or comments, but it is a serious report, and I offer everyone in this chamber the opportunity to ask questions or make comments.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for the report? Seconded, Councillor Howard. Would you like to speak? Are there any speakers or any questions on this item, councillors? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried, I believe, unanimously.
Chair.
Item 19.
I would like to move a procedural motion to consider a number of items in Globo for a second time that have been provided to the minute taker. Just noting that it's 10 p.m. and we're at item 19 of 43. I'd like to move a number of notices of motion in Globo, noting that there are a number of councillors who've already agreed to have their motions passed without debate, and offer and request that if there are councillors whose only desire is to make a speech, that they consider passing these items with the full support of the chamber and without a speech.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'll second that motion. I will read through the items as per usual. Just let me know if you want any removed. Item 20.
Yeah, I'd like that removed, please. I don't need to speechify, but I would like my name on there, and I would like to make a brief comment. Thanks.
Sure. Item 24. Item 26. Item 27. Councillor De Cruz would like that removed. Item 28. And item 29. Great. So items 24, 26, 28 and 29 are being moved in Globo. For, all councillors for. Noting that Councillor Griffiths has left the chamber. All against. Declare that carried. Which brings us to item 19. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. This motion is to move that the exhibition of the Rozelle Public Domain Masterplan be exhibited without delay. Council has spent $240,000 on developing this masterplan, and it can work as a positive vision for the future of the Rozelle village. With the opening of WestConnex imminent, it's been confirmed by council traffic engineers that traffic is indeed expected to decrease on the surface of Victoria Road, providing an important opportunity for the revitalisation of this area that will benefit the local community and small businesses. Although there's no funding for a final business case forthcoming at this stage from the state government, the Minister for Roads has stated during budget estimates that he does regard this as an urgent priority for the government. It is certainly was one of the discussions that he is having about allocating money towards those goals, and said that he didn't agree with the characterisation by the chair of the estimates that it seems like you're a long way off from doing anything about it. Given that this is a live issue that the state government is investigating, it's critically important that council puts the draft master plan out on exhibition. The community, including local families who travel to Rozelle Public School, local businesses in and around Rozelle, and other important advocacy groups such as Better Streets who prioritise pedestrian safety, can contribute to this plan and give feedback. Our council documents indicate that there is no traffic modelling expected from the state government until June 2024, despite the Roads Minister stating again during the recent budget estimates that he understands that traffic modelling and data as requested does exist and should be shared with the community and the council. Now, if the council sits on this plan for another 7 months, it risks taking itself and the local community out of this conversation and allowing the state government to just do whatever they feel is necessary. And it's critically important that the council allows the community to have their say on the future of this important precinct, with all of the work that is about to, with all of the changes that are about to happen with the opening of West Connects. And I really just implore the council to put this on exhibition as soon as possible.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to Councillor Shetty's rescission? Councillor Stamoulis, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I fully support this motion. I'm hoping other councillors will take this opportunity to place this public domain master plan on exhibition, get it out to the people. A lot of work's gone into it. We'd hate to see that work wasted, but more so, it's now timely. It's very timely as the project is coming now to completion. It's timely to wrap this up, get the public comments in there and start working towards an effective and meaningful plan for that area in particular, which has suffered now over years. It's suffered over years, and it's time to get returns for the community and for the Rozelle area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? Councillor D'Arienzo.
Yes. Before I do, I have a question through you, Chair. For the council officers, I'd like to ask whether council has received any feedback on the draft Rozelle public domain master plan.
Through you, Chair, yes, there has been some informal feedback as the public domain master plan was placed on exhibition, but not through the process where we invite comment. So the feedback that we have received has been informal.
Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like to speak against the motion?
Thank you. I'd like to speak against the motion because I've looked at the transcript that's been outlined by Councillor Shetty for the budget estimates of the roads portfolio, and the comments made by Minister Graham were in support of any traffic data modelling that was in existence, where the Honourable Kate Fairman asked whether the traffic modelling data exists and that the plan will be put out to exhibition. The Minister responded, "My understanding is that it does exist, but I would encourage you to check with the officials exactly the nature of it." And then he goes on to say, "My expectation is clear. If Transport has the data, it should be shared with the council and the community in that way." So given that there has been on public record an indication of his willingness to share this data, which is part of the original motion, I don't think that this rescission motion has any value because the original motion will be fulfilled. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor D'Arienzo.
Point of order. That I think a rescission motion needs 2 seconders, and either Councillor Langford or myself will be the 3rd name on the motion.
Through the chair, rescission motion is requirement to have 3 signatures if it's within 3 months. This was not within 3 months, so it's fine.
If there are no further speakers against this motion, I'll go to Councillor Shetty for a right of reply.
Am I able to ask a question at this point or not?
Yep.
Just a question to officers through the chair. A recent document updating us on the progress of outstanding council motions had an expected date on the traffic data as June 2024. What was informing that piece of information?
To council officers.
Through you, Chair, if I'm recalling your reference correctly, I believe that date was an estimate of the completion of the resolution rather than an estimate of the provision of the data and its assessment.
Thank you. And another question to officers through the chair. Has council received a response from Transport for New South Wales on the correspondence that was sent requesting traffic data modelling?
there has been no letter in reply.
Thank you. Look, it's interesting that was the reason for opposing, as I outlined those exact comments from the Minister. What I'm concerned about is that even though we're being told that Council will receive and should receive that information, there's still been no response from Transport for New South Wales with that data, and we are being hamstrung by the state government by waiting for them to provide information. And there's no reason that Council can't get out in front of this process, go out to the community, get people's feedback on this important master plan, and take that view to the state government. It seems like a very ridiculous approach for us as a council to wait for the state government to provide traffic modelling before we can come forward with any suggestions about the future of of this important precinct and our community. And I think the master plan that's been brought has had so much money and time and it's spent on it. It's a wonderful document that's a really great visionary document for what we could be doing in our local community. And it's very disappointing to see once again that we're going to wait for Transport for New South Wales to provide data that may or may not be forthcoming before we're going to get in front of this process and come up with a plan that's going to help make the future of our local community better. So I really do urge other councillors to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shetty. We'll go to a vote on that item. All in favour? Against? Declare that lost. That brings us to item 20, Notice of Motion, Mort Bay Swimming Site. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you, Chair. Do you want to second it first? Or
I'm happy to second that.
Seconded, Councillor Scott. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. Look, most of this has already been said. I want to thank Rory for coming to speak to this motion. Lots of people are swimming informally at Mort Bay and they have over a great length of time, and they continue to do so, particularly during COVID. The provision of more local swimming spots would be wonderful for our local community, and there's a great deal of interest in this, and I think it's really critical that we undertake this process so that there can be thorough water quality and sediment testing to make sure that people who are swimming there anyway can do so safely, and hopefully that we can make it a better spot for the community to have a dip going forward. So please support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Would you like to speak?
I don't need to make a speech.
Thank you. Any speakers against the motion? If not, we'll go to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Item 21, Notice of Motion, Statement of Ethical Obligations. Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it really short. The reason I brought this motion is because, as we've seen tonight, demonstrated in the chamber, and as all councillors know, we have a great responsibility to our community as elected representatives. Having a short statement at the beginning of our meetings is a really powerful reminder of that responsibility and how we should conduct ourselves in our meetings. It also sets a standard of behaviour so that the community have those expectations in mind and understand our role and responsibility. And I just overall think that it would help set a positive meeting culture and provides a really good reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Shetty, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just very briefly to support this this motion. I think it's fantastic to have another reminder of our obligations to run these council meetings with respect, and I think that everyone should support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any
Through you, Chair,
speakers? Councillor Scott.
I have a question for Councillor Langford. Councillor Langford, where did these words come from?
Oh, they actually, I found out about this statement through, I think it's Lake Macquarie City Council. They actually do it at the beginning of their meeting, so it's very, very more or less what they do.
Can I ask a second question of Councillor Langford?
You may.
When you say more or less, they don't talk about the Inner West Council. So did you also partially write this statement?
The second paragraph is about Inner West Council values, so I've taken those directly from our website. Yeah.
Chair, may I ask a question through you of the officers? Through you, Chair, there is a statement of ethical obligations in the agenda papers. May I ask through you to the officers where the language for that statement comes from?
Yes, and thank you through the chair. As part of the new model code of meeting practice that the OLG released last year, they required that a statement of ethical obligations be placed into the agendas, and they said that it needed to reiterate the oath and affirmation the councillors took and to ensure there was a reminder about conflicts of interest. So we have stuck very much to those specific things in relation to what the oath and affirmation says, and then just a simple reminder just to specifically address the OLG requirements.
Through you, Chair, Chair, with that background, I'd like to move an amendment to this motion, please, which has been provided to the minute takers.
Thank you. Can I ask that's displayed? Would you like to... Is there a seconder for Councillor Scott's amendment? Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Scott, would you like to speak to it?
I'll just explain the nature of my amendment, which is that we seek to adopt a reading by the Mayor of the existing Statement of Ethical Obligations, which reflects language provided to us by OLG and which is found on page 3 of the Council agenda. And given that that statement refers to our disclosures, that it is placed on the agenda between item 3, the notice of webcasting, and before item 4, the current item 4, which is disclosures of interest.
Thank you. Can I just check if that amendment is amenable to the mover of the primary motion?
I would like to have the wording of the Statement of Ethical Obligations, if that could be read out or provided so that I can actually understand what the wording is.
This would be the statement I read out at the start of the meeting.
Yes, and it is also
and it is in the minute papers.
Page 3 of the agenda at every meeting.
Yeah, I'm just having a look.
Officers can read it if that would assist you. Councillor Langford.
No, I've got it up on the screen. Thank you.
Great.
Chair. Yeah, no, I don't accept that, I'm afraid. It's not as strong. I think that I feel that the wording that I proposed is much stronger and it's much more accessible. I feel that wording is very formal and that the public it won't be very meaningful to them. So I just don't think it's as strong. I mean, the recommendation for this is to go out on public consultation for feedback, and so I think it would be really great to hear from the community as to what they think. If it turns out that they think that that it needs to be more formal, then let's give them that opportunity to provide that.
Thank you, Councillor Langford. So that amendment is not accepted, so we're debating the Scott-Stevens amendment. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? If not, Councillor Atkins.
I'll just speak very briefly to support Councillor Langford in her suggestion of what is really a more fulsome and more accessible form of a statement of ethical obligations. I realise that is not the current statement of ethical obligations, but I think what Councillor Langford's trying to achieve by publicly exhibiting it is for that to become our adopted statement of ethical obligations. Thank you.
Chair, do I get a right of reply on an amendment?
Question.
Through
I
you,
don't
Chair?
think so. I will check with the officers. No. In that case, I'll put the Scott-Stevens amendment. All in favour? Against? Councillor De Cruz, are you voting or abstaining? I'll put that again. All those in favour of the Scott-Stevens amendment? Against? Declare that carried. So I'll just let the minute takers incorporate that into the primary motion. Councillor De Cruz. Yeah. So we're now considering the primary motion with the amendment incorporated. Oh, don't think it's been incorporated yet. My apologies, that's on the screen now. Are there any further speakers on this motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Is this to put the draft meeting code still on exhibition? Which change? Can the through you, Chair, could the relevant officer advise if there's a new acknowledgement of country?
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor De Cruz, I'm not
Point
sure.
of order, that is not relevant to the topic at hand.
Is relevant to the meeting code. If we're changing the meeting code, we're going to put it on the exhibition. It is relevant. So,
point of order.
I
The
thought it had
the substantive motion is about a statement of ethical practices, not about the acknowledgement of country. This is not relevant.
I'm going to rule that question out of order, Councillor De Cruz. Are there any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Stevens.
May I just thank Councillor Langford for bringing this motion. I think it's timely to remind us all of our ethical obligations, not just in the chamber but generally. And can I also take this opportunity to encourage all councillors to build a culture of respect and collegiality, and in that respect it would be great to see all councillors at the Brave Solutions workshops that most, but unfortunately not all councillors are attending, and I look forward to seeing all councillors at the next workshop on Wednesday the 29th of November.
Thank you, councillors. As we've had 2 for and 2 against, I'm going to move that we go to a vote. All in favour of item 21 as it now reads on the screen? All against? Declare that motion carried, which brings us to item 27, notice of motion, improved access and use of Centenary Park, Croydon.
I would like to move that notice of motion and thank the representatives from Burwood FC who came down to speak this evening about the need for suitable facilities for all abilities, football and women's football in Centenary Park. We do need an all-weather surface in the middle of the IGA, the middle of the LGA, and this is something that will certainly meet those needs, although I think, Chair, that you've skipped ahead a few items.
We all had the same realisation at the same time. My apologies. We skipped accidentally item 23, early childhood learning, so my apologies. We'll go to Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak quite briefly to this. Early childhood learning and its importance for children and for ensuring that women can fully participate in the workforce cannot be understated. It's a very hot topic, as evidenced by the 3 reports referenced in my motion. The reports deal with actions governments can take, but they also discuss factors influencing parents' and guardians' choices in relation to early childhood learning and care. And note that competition is based more on non-price factors and service differentiation than price. Once people have decided how much childcare they can afford. Location, availability, safety and security, quality and connections with educators are all important factors. Quality early education and care includes and requires quality educators. High turnover, low pay, staff shortages and recruitment issues combine to result in a workforce crisis. These are areas where government can support council to do more. For instance, the Women's Economic Equality Task Force recommendations include elevating the status of care work and attracting a diverse and skilled workforce. While it might be the federal government, which is called upon directly by the task force, these are things that council can be contributing to, supported by the state government. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Howard.
I'd like to second, if I may, with an amendment that I've provided to the note takers.
Yep, I know it's going to be difficult, but can we try and fit? If not, we'll just have to get the amendment on the screen.
Yeah, it's just to change point 6. So look, I just wanted to thank Councillor Atkins for the motion. We know that access to affordable, quality early childhood education is a key determinant of a child's well-being. It's a key determinant of gender equality in our workplaces and to boosting productivity across our communities. The benefits to individuals, families and communities are immense, and these benefits are too often built on the back of workers who have historically been underpaid and undervalued. I really welcome this motion and note it supports much of the work that Council is already doing to support our early childhood workers and the local families that access those services. We really are a leader in councils in providing these services, and I know I can say as a parent where one of my children went to a number of those services, it was really just critically important for us and my child's early development. I also just note the officer's comments and much of the work that needs to be done to support our work in this space is the responsibility of the federal and state governments, and that we really must advocate strongly for additional support. So my amendment is to point 6 to reflect what I think will be a more effective and more realistic approach to advocacy in this space. So the amendment is asking that rather than invite the Premier and others to a meeting, we write a strongly worded letter expressing our view that additional support from the state government is needed, and importantly, I've also added that we write to the Commonwealth Government in the same fashion. So I again thank Councillor Atkins for their important motion, and hope we can support the amendment and the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins, is that amendment acceptable to you?
No, I don't want to accept that. I would like to put the Premier and Ministers on the spot in relation to this. Thank you.
Thank you. So that amendment is not incorporated. So can I have a seconder for the Howard amendment? Seconded by Councillor Scott. Would you like to speak to it?
No, I waive my right.
Are there any further speakers on the Howard Scott amendment? If not, we'll put the amendment to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. So I'll just let the minute takers incorporate that into the original motion. While they do that, are there any further speakers to the motion? If not, all good to go to a vote? Great. All in favour of the motion? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. We also skipped item 25, my apologies. So that brings us to item 25, demerger. Councillor Stamoulis.
Councillors, we're entering a very important phase at the moment where our submission is now being looked at by the Boundaries Commission, and I thought it was worthwhile for our council to put forward a motion to detail some important thoughts. Number one, that all 5 wards and all 21 suburbs voted to demerge. It was totally across the board that our community wanted to demerge. It's also important to advise the Boundary Commission, who will then advise Deloitte, of course, that the methodology used could inflate the data quite significantly, and also the methodology and data models were not independently validated before going to the Boundaries Commission. Now, why is it important to say those sorts of things? You know, because the consultants need that information. It's like going to a specialist. If you go to see a cardiologist or whatever, they want all of the information available to them. You don't leave out bits and pieces, or you don't assume that that specialist knows what's going on. You give them all the information they need. So that's simply just saying that the methodology used, we think, could lead to inflation of the costs of a demerger, and also the fact that it wasn't independently validated. We also need to have a look at the terms of reference that Deloitte's are using. That's absolutely vital as councillors, that we know how they're doing that study. This is a very important thing for our community. They voted to demerge, and as I've said there in the background of the notice of motion, elections, referendums and polls are vital to a healthy, well-functioning and participative democracy. That's what it's all about for the voter. That's the huge criteria for the voter, is they get to...
Point of order, Councillor Stamoulis' time has expired.
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask you just to wrap up, Councillor Stamoulis. Thank you.
Sorry?
I just asked you to wrap up as your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Is there a seconder to Councillor Stamoulis's motion? Yep. Councillor Atkins, would you like to speak to it?
I have some amendments that I've provided.
Try and get those on one screen if we can.
Have you got the third one?
No, that's okay. We'll just display the amendments on the screen. Is there a seconder? Sorry, Councillor Atkins' amendments incorporated into the motion. Councillor Stamoulis, that's
Yes,
accepted?
I'd be happy to do that, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins.
Oh, okay. Seconding the motion, yes. I simply would like to say that now that the Boundaries Commission has announced its review, including the hearing dates and the deadline for submissions, it's important to put on the public record where things are at, and this motion, as amended, does just that. It's vital that we know what the terms of reference for Deloitte are, and if Council does not pass this motion, then it will be left to councillors to raise it with the Boundaries Commission through a meeting with them and seek to understand how the Commission will go about its work. The GM and the Mayor had the opportunity to do that. Those councillors who did not support the business case provided to the Commission should have the same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against the motion?
Yes,
Councillor
I'll
Scott.
speak against the motion. Thank you. We all know the Boundaries Commission are well aware of the results of the 2021 poll, and they are in the process of reviewing the business case, which we have asked them to do. We should allow them the chance to finalise the public hearings and hear from the community instead of continuing to insert ourselves into the process and reframe the information that they have, which they are quite capable of analysing for themselves. Now, while I appreciate that some councillors around this table wish to lecture expert independent bodies, whether that's the Office of Local Government or the Boundaries Commission, and insist that they have words that are better and that they know better, I would ask those councillors to desist from centering themselves on this process. Let's go to the public hearings and hear from the public.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers against the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Stamoulis for a right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, speakers, experts on many topics around this table, and tonight a number of you have spoken as experts. Data analysis, methodology, statistics is one of my areas of expertise, and I hope that I'm able to contribute that to the public, who I want to inform more widely, and second to the council, who I at times share things with you. So it's important, I think, when councillors have those skills, that you bring it to the table, and you do that very well. Finally, I'd also like to thank residents for Deamalgamation for the great work that they have done over years now. When we went to the poll, we got no assistance from council, none whatsoever, no leadership, no support before that poll. Residents for Deamalgamation went out there, I went out there, one or two other councillors did, and we won this vote comprehensively. Wards, 5 wards, 21 suburbs, right across the board, without any help from Inner West Council and without any leadership from the Mayor. And I think it was just an amazing, amazing result that a group of residents at the grassroots level achieved this fantastic and immense result for our community, and we now need to get it right. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. I'll now put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that lost.
Councillor Shetty didn't vote.
Yeah, I did note that. I'll call the vote again. All in favour? Against? Declare that lost.
Just note that Councillor Griffiths has left the chamber.
Yep. That brings us to item 27, improved access and use of Centenary Park, Croydon.
Right, now it's my time to shine, to install an all-weather surface in the IGA. I would thank the President and the players from Burwood FC who came tonight to speak about what improved facilities at Centenary Park would mean for them, and reiterate that we need an all-weather surface that is inclusive and that contains upgrades that mean that it is more accessible and more available, especially to women players, And we need that to be in the middle of the IGA, in the middle of the LGA. It's very late. In the middle of the LGA, which is where Croydon is situated. It is something that is accessible from the north, south, east and west, and I encourage my fellow councillors to support this upgrade.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to item 27? Seconded, Councillor Drury. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Drury? Waived. Are there any speakers against the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
My understanding is all-weather surface is a euphemism for synthetic turf or plastic.
It's not a euphemism, that's what I mean.
And it's, please don't interrupt. Please, and it's made from plastic and pollutes the environment with microplastics when it deteriorates. Where surfaces are used for sports like soccer, they will deteriorate more quickly in places where and require regular repair or replacement. As we have replaced synthetic turf at Arlington, installed it at Tempe and replaced it and are replacing it at Lambert Park. We must have an idea of the capital and ongoing cost compared to the well-constructed grass fields. Let me relay the excitement of the APR women soccer players who played for the first time on grass at Leichhardt Oval. I also learned that soccer pitches can vary in length and width, and that they can't always do this when they're synthetic surfaces, but they can do it on grass, which extends beyond the pitch. The park at Croydon is also used for cricket and other sports, as well as non-organised recreation. With regard to the use of synthetic surfaces on playgrounds, a Perth Early Learning Centre was fined after a turtle burnt their feet on a synthetic surface. At Ashfield Pool, we have put up signs to warn people not to walk on hot synthetic grass. So overall, I think it's a poor idea to be installing synthetic surfaces at this stage as we approach the climate change, and it is not really helpful to address the climate emergency we're in. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers
Sorry,
against...
I just had a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Sure, Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. This is to the Director of Infrastructure through the Chair. Where does Centenary Park fit into Council's list of park renewal projects?
Through you, Chair, in terms of the playing surface you're referring to, or the playground?
The entire, the provision of improved accessibility in the all-weather surface. Where would this fit in your priorities?
It's certainly a preferred option when it comes to the consideration of a synthetic field within our LGA.
Sorry, I may have not been clear when I was asking that question. Just want to understand where this particular park fits within Council's priorities for upgrades. If it was already scheduled for an upgrade, or if this is a new priority.
Off the top of my head, Councillor, I'll need to take that on notice. There is a program when it comes to it. I can come back to you shortly if you like.
Thank you. Just wondering how Council works out priorities for park renewal.
There's a condition assessment that's done on our fields. There's also the history of the field and how it was renovated in the past. So each field was constructed a little differently, so the approach in how we move forward is different as well.
Okay, thanks. And just finally, if Council looked at doing this particular upgrade, would any other projects be deprioritised by bumping this up the list?
If this was to come to fruition, it would need to be considered within the annual budget planning process.
But would that potentially mean the deprioritisation of another upgrade?
Make a point of order, Councillor Shetty. You've now had more than 3 questions.
I was clarifying that last question, which wasn't answered.
I'll give you leeway.
Thanks.
For the final question.
It will need to be considered as a part of the overall budget process. So whether or not that removes other projects or moves out the schedule is undetermined at this point. We'd need to do further consideration to the proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, there being 2 for and 2 against, I'll move us to a vote.
Councillor Smith, may I
Oh,
have
sorry.
my right of reply?
Sorry, Councillor Scott, you certainly
Thank
can.
you. I'd just like to assuage the concerns of Councillor De Cruz that the Cricket Club is in support of this renewal process. Assuage the concerns of Councillor Shetty that this begins an investigation and that funding sources, including through Council's budget or through other sources, will be determined in due course.
Thank you. I'll put that to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare the motion carried.
Sorry, Councillor Stamlos didn't vote, neither did Councillor Lockie.
Councillor Lockie voted in favour.
Sorry, raise your little arms higher.
We'll put that again, just for absolute clarity. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Item 31, recognition of Dulwich Hill women's cycling pioneer Margaret McLachlan. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the speakers in the public forum this evening, the former Ashfield Councillor Mark Ressaretnam and also the President of the Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, David Dyche. I've been a member since 2005, a mere 18 years. A far more significant and long-standing member of our club is the subject of this motion, Margaret McLachlan, IM, who joined in the 1960s. Margaret's story is quite remarkable, and I hope you've taken some time to read the background to the motion to digest it. And I think it's time that we set the record straight here and recognise Margaret's achievements. As David Dyche said earlier this evening, Margaret is a local role model and a hero in the Inner West. Despite her multiple achievements as a cyclist, Margaret was banned from competition by cycling administrators in 1967 with no reason being given. The inescapable implication is that she was excluded because she was a woman. That injustice has never been put right. This motion calls for current cycling sports bodies to recognise Margaret's achievements, for Council to install a commemorative plaque at Marrickville Park, and to examine other ways we can celebrate Margaret's contributions to the sport of cycling by public talks and historical displays.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
I'd like to second the motion and put up an amendment to point 3 to add that we write a letter to the mayor writes a letter to Aucycling.
Accepted.
Okay, thank you.
Incorporated.
And I would like to just say Margaret Miller is, I don't have the privilege of being in the Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, so
Her name's Margaret
this is
McLachlan.
the first time I've heard about Margaret McLachlan, but it's quite an inspiring story. Margaret Miller, later McLachlan from Leichhardt, was 17 when she joined the Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club in 1961. She remembers races for women at Lidcombe Oval as early as 1962. Margaret and 3 other women raced in road and Henson Park track events on Sunday afternoons within the Dulwich Hill Club. They raced in the male comps and won a few races. Race results were forwarded to the New South Wales Amateur Cycling Union. But in 1966 or possibly 67, when Margaret applied for full New South Wales Amateur Cycling Union race licence, she was rejected. Without a full licence, she was unable to compete outside her club. The New South Wales Amateur Cycling Union said they did not want girls racing or women being encouraged to take up the sport. Therefore, I'm moving this amendment, the amendment, and thank Councillor Stevens for accepting it, that we write to the national governing body for cycling sport in Australia the success of the New South Wales Amateur Cycling Union of Council's resolution acknowledging Margaret McLachlan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers to this motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Stevens for a right of reply.
Waived.
Thank you. Go to a vote. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. So that brings us to the end of the notices of motion, which means we're moving into confidential session. I'll just need a mover.
Move that way.
Councillor Lockie, seconded Councillor Scott. All in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll just ask for the staff. the back. Thank you. There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 10:54 p.m. Thank you.